civilization's kingdom into a graveyard of fun. You bet all your chips on the long service spree, but the fans only ask for Bloodborne on PC. You whisper to Aloy, you'll lead us to gold, but all that we got was the same game result. Like your service dreams, oh they burned in the night, like a Discord server in a fanboy fight. Spin, spin, Herman, dance through the fire. You sold us the dream, now you're stuck in the mire. A light service graveyards, abandoned and cold, like a PS portal nobody holds. Towers of gas stations climbing so high, but no one can see through the cash grab disguise. Fair games, oh fair, what a terrible name. Stealing from the rich, Sony's playing that game. You said lip service is future, just give me some time. But now you're demoted, oh what a decline. Naughty Dog stranded, the last of us cursed. The only thing alive is your PR rehearsed. Spin, spin, Herman, your fate is unkind. Jorian has left you, now watch Sony blind. Your horizon obsession, your service collapse. Your legacy's buried in overpriced scraps. A decade you reigned, but the players withdrew. Aloy can't save you, she's also confused. The fans wanted Kratos, they wanted a thrill, but you chased dollar signs and swallowed the pill. Spin, spin, Herman, your tango is done. They stripped you of power, they fired the gun. The studios are tired, the players all fled. Your legacy lives, but only in red. Spin, spin, Herman, your tango is done. They stripped you of power, they fired the gun. The studios are tired, the players all fled. The legacy lives, but only in red.
Time to play the game. I'm vibing.
This is a song for a Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, please don't break our hearts with tricks. Grab your controllers, let's hope for the best. We're pleading for a game that stands above the rest. Oh, Battlefield 6, we're counting on you. EA, our last games left us feeling so blue. Battlefield 4 had bugs that made us sigh. Crashes and glitches brought tears to our eyes. Battlefield 2042, oh what went wrong? No scoreboard, no spirit, it didn't belong. We want epic battles, tanks that roar and boom. Please EA, don't lock it all behind the paywall's glue. This is our plea for Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, don't repeat those old tricks. No pricey loot boxes, no greedy schemes. Give us a game that fulfills our dreams. We want a war that feels alive and grand. Battlefield 6, please take a stand. Gamers are praying from cities to towns. Don't mess this up, EA, don't let us down. We want maps that shine with beauty and flow, not a broken launch that steals the show. Your past few games, they stumbled and fell. Servers that crashed put us through pure hell, but we're holding hope like a spark in the night. Battlefield Battlefield 6, EA, we're begging, don't repeat those old tricks. No 20 skins for a rusty old gun. Just let us fight and have some honest fun. We want a war that feels alive and grand. Battlefield 6, please take a stand. Listen, yeah, we're down on our knees. No overpriced passes, we're begging you, please. We don't need a store for every single thing. Just give us jet squads and that battlefield ring. The world is watching from streams to the news, hoping this game won't leave us confused. Make it feel alive, let the battles ignite. Battlefield 6, so please get it right. We dream of a game where the servers stay strong, where the hitboxes work and the lag is long gone. No more pre-order now for a shiny new knife. Just give us the chaos that brings war to life. With the frostbite engine, make the visuals glow. Take your time, EA, let the quality show. The world's holding its breath from New York to Nome. Battlefield 6, bring the soldiers back home. This is our plea for Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, don't repeat those old tricks. No pricey loot boxes, no greedy schemes. Give us a game that fulfills our dreams. We want a war that feels alive and grand. Battlefield 6, please take a stand. Oh, Battlefield 6, we're rooting for you. EA, please don't break our hearts, we're begging you true. From the battlefield's dust to the skies up above, make a game we'll all cherish with joy and with love. One chance, one game, we're pleading today. Don't let hope slip away.
I'm vibing.
Please, EA. Please, EA, don't screw this up. Please. Please. We can only hope. We can only dream. But it's up to them. The balls, my balls, are in their court. You know? That's how it doobie-dee. Doobie-doo. Doobie-dee. I noticed when I was setting up the stream today, I was like, this is really dark behind me. It's gross. It's gross. And the reason it's dark is because before I moved everything over, like this, my hand, this used to be like the limit of what was in frame. So I didn't have any lights on like any of this because it was always dark, which is unacceptable. So I spent the pre-stream pulling out another backup light. Yes, I have backup lights for occasions such as this. But we were in the pre-stream, so I couldn't actually test it to see what it looked like. So we're gonna turn the light on and see how we need to adjust it. Okay, I gotta get out of the way. A little too bright. A little too bright. Okay, give me a second. A little darker. It's also very warm. I don't know. Do you guys like it warm or do you like it really cold? What's better, the cold light or the warm light? I don't know. I don't know which I prefer. The warm is like kind of nice. It's like a little schmexy. You like the warm but subtle? Okay. Okay. You can see Fergus better. Fergus, standing guard. Always and perpetually. Do you like the ladybug that Lachlan made me? He made it in his like preschool class, and so I put it up there. It's better. It is better. You can at least see stuff now. You can at least see stuff. It's a bit of a mess now that I moved everything, because when I moved everything fell over. And so it all got kind of disheveled. But it's workable. It's workable. Yeah. Good enough. Good enough. I have so much of my kids' stuff all over my house. Yeah, dude, I have a lot too. I don't have the heart to throw it away. Like even sitting on my desk right now, I have one of. This was a menu at a sushi restaurant. There's the menu coloring thing, but then Lockie drew me a picture on it. I don't have the heart to throw it away, you know? So I keep it here. Like, that's being a dad, you know? Bro, all that's missing is the bonfire, but you got Firelink Shrine vibe going. Good. Well, I mean, we have the actual, like, fire torches and stuff. I'm gonna have to rearrange everything though, because I had previously all of the like big ticket items in frame, and now that I've shifted everything over, it's different. It's a different vibe. So I have to rearrange stuff. My thought was we can have more shelves like in the background so we can see more, but I think I was used to the way it was before, so now it looks weird. I'm like, I'll move it back. I'll just move it back. Thank you, Limit Breakers, for the gifted membership. Thank you. Welcome to Jess. Oh, Outsider Jess got her gifted membership. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Booyah. Okay. Well, today, my friends, we have a couple of things to go through, which should be interesting. Close that down. Did I forget to? I totally did forget to change profiles. It's okay. Yeah, everything from a report on the best-selling games on PlayStation, which is freaking hilarious because there's very few PlayStation games on the list, but we'll get there. Warner Brothers Montreal. It seems Warner Brothers has learned their lesson. They're gonna try again. We've got the IGN update on all of the PlayStation studios and what they are allegedly working on, which is interesting. Some of you guys were sending me links to a Juicehead video on Fallout, like the state of Fallout, so we'll see what that looks like. I also just thought this was funny.
Wait, put me down. Guys, put me down. Wait, put me down. Hey, Tesla, what's up?
They're holding you up? Without us?
I know usually it's the Mag 7, but really these 5 are the only ones holding me up.
It's so quiet.
Oh.
Yeah, I think right now it's not me, it's you. I think maybe if you work on yourself a little bit, I have to get back to these guys. You understand.
Okay. Yeah.
It's about right. Dude, Apple has been choking so hard. Apple's been choking, but I can't even tell you. I've seen so many people, even people in like my personal life, who are like, yeah, I might get rid of my iPhone. Those flips, those Z Fold flips look pretty cute. They look pretty cute. Pretty freaking cute. I don't know, man. I don't know. They got to take it up a notch, but like all of the Apple AI stuff is also like, it's been delayed, what, 2 years? Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They've just been like sitting on their hands for 2-3 years. It's absolutely outrageous. It's insane. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what they're doing. We have some stuff for Phantom Blade Zero. We want to talk about that as well. I also just wanted to show you this because I saw this pop up in my feed. And I was like, this would have been so damn cool if this was in a game like Starfield. Watch this. So this is from the game Jump Ship. It's an early access game that's coming. But watch this. So the whole point is that you jump out of your ship and are immediately in combat. Okay, so like you fly your ship in and you'll watch how quickly he gets out and starts fighting.
Parking procedure initiated. Parking procedure.
How cool is that?
Caution. It seems that this facility has initiated a lockdown protocol. Anticipate resistance as you proceed.
Like, that's what I imagined with Starfield when it was announced. I was like, okay, this could be baller, dude. Flying right up to an enemy base on a procedurally generated planet and then fighting it out and doing missions and stuff scripted that way. I was like, that sounds cool as hell. But then we got Starfield. So the game is Jump Ship is what it's called. It's from Keepsake Games. You can find it on Steam right now. You have to add it to your wish list because it's not technically out in early access yet. But you might have seen a trailer for it because it's a co-op game. They got that working in co-op, and BGS couldn't get it working in single player. And it just seems like, you know, a sci-fi spaceship, like crazy combat game, which seems kind of fun, honestly. So yeah, it's coming in early access. The dev said soon when asked about it. So go wishlist it. It seems genuinely pretty cool. Like a fun game. But I think in the year of our Lord, Todd Howard 2025, this is the kind of thing people expect. Like, I understand this is difficult to pull off, but that's what people expect. You know, that's just what people are hoping to see. I don't know if I can support somebody that puts pineapple pizza in their game, though. Oh, they say summer 2025. And if that's the case, I mean, August is like the last month. I think, can't we all agree summer ends in August? I think that's the official cutoff, right? September, I feel like, is the start of fall. What's the official start of fall? Is it August 21st? When does autumn officially start? What? They say autumn officially starts at the autumnal equinox, which is on September 22nd or 23rd, which this year it's on the 22nd. I feel like mid-September, we're already, like, we're pretty deep into the autumn. Are we not? I don't know. Maybe it's just a Colorado thing. That seems late. That seems late. I don't know. Not in the South, I guess. I bet like half my childhood was in Texas, and I feel like in Texas, we also like transition out of the summer. Well, I guess Texas is a bad example because Texas, there's like 2 seasons in Texas, summer and mini summer. So I guess we, you know, it's different. At least in Colorado, we have like full autumn. In Colorado, like, I don't know if you've seen the pictures of like the aspen leaves. Let's see, Colorado in the fall. Yeah, we look like a Hallmark card. Like, you'll just go outside and you see this. It's just gorgeous. It's beautiful. But this starts happening in like late August, early September. It doesn't finish until like early October when the leaves start to really fall. But like, I guess this is when I feel like it's fall, even though this technically starts in the summer, I guess. I don't know. Is that with RTX on? And frame generation, yeah. Dude, yesterday I went to visit my buddy who just had a baby. He didn't have a baby, his wife did. But I went to visit him and meet the little fella, super cute and adorable. But he also was showing me his computer setup because he got it all kitted out. And one of the things he showed me was motion smoothing, which one of you guys brought up on stream, like, I think on Monday, actually. One of you guys was like, what does motion smoothing within the Nvidia control panel allow you to do in games that don't support DLSS or frame generation and stuff? And I actually tried it. So he turned it on in Helldivers 2, which does not support DLSS frame generation or whatever. And it's only on 50 series cards. And let's see if I can find the thing. Yeah, so it is a driver-based AI feature designed to enhance gameplay smoothness by generating and inserting additional frames between the rendered frames, effectively doubling the perceived frame rate. Works with DX 11 and 12 games, compatible games running at native resolution. So I tried it. And honestly, I think in some games it's just straight up magic. Okay, in some games, it's really cool because it adds those interpolated frames between like the fully rendered frames, so it can just, you know, double your frame rate. which is fine in games that don't have like super twitchy response times needed. So like third person adventure games, I think you'd be fine using it and it would just feel like magic. Because it really is. It is way, way, way better than any of the motion smoothing stuff I've ever seen on a TV, especially back when I was selling TVs. It was ridiculous. Like this actually was genuinely very, very impressive. And I could sense a little bit of latency. Like it's hard to describe, but if the game is running at 60 and you are interpolating frames up to 120, the game is only running at 60 frames. So your inputs are limited to that. Like everything else is limited to that. It's just kind of making it appear smoother than that. But ultimately the game is still running at 60. So I think the real magic for this is when you're running at like 100, 120, something like that. And then you add this on. And then you get to like 160, 180, something like that. That's when it can really work. I wouldn't use it with anything twitchy. I wouldn't use it with like, you know, a Valorant or CSGO or even COD or something, even Marvel Rival. Like I wouldn't use it with anything like that where accuracy and latency is a big component. But I think if you were just playing like Uncharted, or you're going through Days Gone or Plague Tale Requiem, yeah, you can use this and it's straight up magic. So I want to amend my answer from Monday because I've since tried it. I've actually tried it and dude, straight up, it's like magic. It was pretty impressive. Not for everybody. It's not a magical fix-all. You know, anybody who's saying, yeah, it just doubles your frames in any game. No, there is a cost to it, and it does introduce a lot of latency and stuff. But for what it is, it's wildly impressive. It's wildly impressive. Yeah. What's the difference with frame generation? Frame generation is trying to like, I guess you could think of it as like active generation of a frame based on information that's available versus the motion smoothing is just taking two frames and kind of blurring them together to make an additional frame. Does that make sense? It's like one, you're just taking two pictures and kind of blurring them together to make the third picture that goes between them. The other option is multi-frame generation or frame generation, which is looking at the frames and the previous frames and then using complex AI algorithms to like predict what the next frame is going to be while it's rendering this frame, and then it can go and much more complicated, and I think it generates better results, but still it's two sides of the same coin, I suppose. Two sides of the same coin. I squint to my eyes. Yeah, that'll help. It inserts fake frames. Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah. Any sort of frame generation, motion smoothing is doing that. Some of those old school TV, like motion enhancement things, they would straight up just blur the image and be like, see, it's smoother. It's like, no, you just made it blurrier. You didn't actually do anything. Speaking of doing something, we need to do something. I found another one of these videos. I don't know how Jesus keeps ending up in these situations, but look at this. This is unbelievable.
God is saying to you today, I am the Lord who heals you.
That's the whole video.
God
is a
saying to you
demon
today,
pouring concrete from his grundle from the front of a truck onto Jesus in a pit with a lady, oh my God, with a lady standing there with a face like the Joker, missing a foot. It's very sad. It's very sad. Jesus also has 6 fingers. It's just, and how this keeps happening, I don't know. Last week we saw videos like this. This week we're seeing that. I don't know what is going on. He's got to get his act together. All the slop, dude. If I saw an article, and I don't know how you interpret it in any other way than like the big crash is coming for short form. If I were like a short form creator, I would just diversify, because YouTube reported like all-time high revenues, all-time high view counts on content by like 10-15%, And you know why? They thanked specifically the addition of AI generated shorts for that. And if you don't remember the videos and clips that we looked at with like some of the crazy like shorts that were generated where they're all AI generated, like cats rescuing babies, and it's just AI slop, and it has 500 million views but only like 250 comments and stuff. I think it's because it's all bot viewed, it's all AI generated, and then they use like actual bot farms to view bot it and get it higher into the ranks. They can generate a little bit of ad revenue to do it. Like, I think it's all just dead internet, or what is it? Fake internet theory, dead internet. I don't remember what it's called, but I think it's all just that. And like, advertisers are paying to get in front of real human beings. They don't want to be seen by fake bots. Like, if Apple's paying for an ad, they want a human being to see that ad. They don't want a bot to see it. They don't want to pay for a bot to see it. Like, what does that do? So I think at some point, advertisers are going to sit up and be like, what the hell is going on? No, we don't want, like, we're not paying to be viewed by AI bots or just bots. So we're not going to sponsor or advertise on your platform until you get rid of the AI videos and the bots that are upvoting them and stuff. And I think the same thing's happening on Twitch. On Twitch, like, they have not enforced view botting at all. It's like well known that the top 20, 30 streamers all view bot. You'll watch their chat and it's like, doop. And you wait 5 minutes, doop. But it says they have 30,000 viewers or something. Like, it's ridiculous. But Twitch doesn't do anything about it. You know? It's just madness. Wasn't YouTube planning to get rid of those channels because they're all being botted? They claimed that they're going to crack down on monetization on low effort AI generated content. But that just means that that's their publicly stated intention. But if their numbers are skyrocketing because of that, they also have like an incentive to not do that. You know, like, if they're going to investors saying, hey, our views are at all-time highs. Yes, it's fake, but they're at all-time highs. It gets messy. It gets tricky. Probably because advertisers are getting kind of angry. I mean, if I was an advertiser, I wouldn't be advertising on short form stuff. Like, why would you? Try that. The color balance differential is bugging me. So I think, you know, there will be a correction. There was a correction back on YouTube back in like 2012, 2013, 14. Then there was another adpocalypse later. Like, this happens pretty cyclically, you know, it's pretty common. But I don't think we've ever had an instance where so much of the platform's view counts are just fake. I don't know if TikTok has the same problem, honestly. I don't know. Maybe it does. It probably does. Just because I don't know why they would be immune, but YouTube Shorts especially is like hilariously botted. It's kind of ridiculous. YouTube keeps changing the algorithm to keep creators from gaming it. In my experience, not really. They don't really keep changing it. Like, I think ultimately the algorithm, and I'm saying this as somebody that runs like 3 big channels and we do millions upon millions of views a month. I think that fundamentally the algorithm's been the same for like 10 years. It's basically just that they want people to click on a video, watch the whole video, and then watch another video, preferably by the same creator, so they don't go off to another platform like TikTok. That's ultimately what they want. So if you make videos that achieve that, it will get promoted and do very, very well. If you fail to do that, your video won't do well, and you'll get demoted in the algorithm. The people I see complaining about the algorithm the most are the people that are trying to game it and are not like actually trying. There it is. They're not actually trying to make like the best content for the sake of making the best content for their audience. They're trying to come up with a way to game it, like by pumping out 15 videos in a day that all talk about the same whatever culture war issue or what have you. It's like that stuff can be very successful in short spurts, but also interest in those topics wanes. Like channels that were really doing well during the election here in the States, talking about political stuff or culture war stuff, yeah, they did really well during the election, but then public interest in the election topics kind of wanes and dips. So naturally your views are going to dip, but then they're like, they changed the algorithm to suppress me. And it's like, no, it's just the public's tastes changed. Like if I was still making videos on Concord or Suicide Squad, they probably wouldn't be doing that well. You know, like you have to kind of shift and move with the waves that are being generated. Like you got to ride this wave in and then go back out to sea and then hop on another wave. It's a dance. It's a dance really. But I can't help but notice that the people that are complaining about the algorithm the most are the ones that are not trying to do the dance. They're not trying to do the dance. They're trying to brute force it. You know, that doesn't really work. Isn't Concord turning 1 soon? Yes. Yes, it is. I think, was it August 4th? I think the play test or the beta or something had already happened in July. Let's see. August 23rd. Okay, so we got a little bit. 23rd. Yeah, man. Oh, baby. Dude, what a mess. What an absolute mess. Yeah, it was estimated less than a week after release, the game had sold a total of 25,000 units with sales of 10,000 on Steam and 15,000 on PlayStation. I don't think you can even truly appreciate how unbelievably bad that is. Like it's really hard to put into words. A game of this scale with that much marketing and that much firepower behind it to do only 25,000 units. Half of which, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those on Steam were refunded after that point. Like they only actually effectively sold 5,000. Like that, it's so bad, man. It's so bad. At $40. Yeah. And that's, I mean, you got to take out 30% for Steam's cut as well. So it was pretty bad. Pretty not good, I think is the technical term. Pretty not good. Speaking of not good or interesting, this was kind of cool. So this is something that's going around, are these clips of like development footage of how they achieve certain tricks in video games.
You already know, you are in the back of a police cruiser heading down the highway.
This is from the Walking Dead game from ages ago, but people will often say, hey, like the reflection in the mirror was so sharp. How did they do that before ray tracing? With trickery, my friends.
Back of a police cruiser heading down the highway towards prison, and with only one exception, the camera is focused inside of the vehicle at all times. Now, the first thing I noticed, and it's the first thing I want to show you, is that you may recall being able to see the reflection of the officer in the rear view mirror. Well, video games love to do all sorts of different tricks in order to do reflections, but how it's pulled off in The Walking Dead is a little outside of the ordinary.
So they just create a duplicate of the model, mirror all of his actions and animations and everything. And then they put this little like tunnel around him to simulate the motion behind the car. And then when you are looking at it from this angle, they just cull everything else, or basically don't render anything else that's outside of this little viewport. So you don't see it. So it's not a reflection. It's just a really clever way of faking a reflection such that you can't tell. But this is how, you know, they used to pull this stuff off in games before you could just brute force it with ray traced reflections and stuff, you know? You just had to come up with a different way of doing it. And they managed to pull it off, man. Like, that's pretty freaking cool. Shout out to Sheezes from Boundary Break for sharing that. It's just pretty baller. It's pretty baller. A similar technique has been used for your grandpa's RTX in the earlier 3D era. Reflections like that were often made using semi-transparent floors and duplicated geometry with blurry textures. as you can see here, where they just put the characters on top, but then they mirror the character. I can zoom in, enhance. They mirror the character on the underside of the floor. And so you're just rendering all of it at the same time, but that's still less processing power to do than a full-on ray traced reflection and stuff. But this is part of the reason why people look back at these older games. They're like, this game had better reflections than the ray traced reflections I get on my PS5. And it's because it's not actually a reflection. It's a trick. It's a trick, but it looks pretty good, right? It looks pretty good. But it's not actually a reflection. You know, it's just made to appear as one. It's just a trick. But another fun little detail that was also shared as part of this whole trend that's going around was this from Synth Potato. One of my favorite game dev is insane moments is how in Fallout New Vegas, the ending slides were actually done by locking the player in a tiny room and having an NPC behind the wall narrate the endings. Game developers are the coolest people around. And as you can see here, this is what the ending of Fallout New Vegas looks like. But if you unlock the camera through dev controls, you are just standing in an empty room staring at a wall, which basically has like a projected movie texture to it. But because of how the creation engine works, they can't actually just have dialogue play in this way. So what they did to lock you in position staring in this one location is they put an NPC behind the screen and had you enter a conversation with that NPC so that you were locked face to face with them as the dialogue played out. And that's how they did it. And that's how the ending plays out. Ron the narrator is his name. But that's how they did it there, which is also just kind of freaking cool, you know? But you have to remember, like with all these games, like this is how they have to pull it off. They're using the same tools as everybody else, so they don't have any like magic additional tools they specifically make for these things. They just have like their list of tools that they can use, and then they find a way to make it work for what they need to do. There was another one I saw that was also interesting. Did I bookmark it? I don't remember if I did. I don't think so. Maybe I can search for it. Maybe. I mean, this is also a fairly well-known one. So in Bethesda games, for example, if you ever go to a shop in like a BGS game, all of the goods for the shop are stored in a chest that is physically in the game world. Usually it's stored underneath the map, underneath where the store is. And basically when you interact with a vendor, they are pulling items from that chest, right? Fun little detail, which you might remember from the launch of Starfield, was that they put the chest too close to the surface of the ground where players would walk. So there was a way for players to go and like crouch down in front of this puddle in, I forget the planet, or Aquila City. And if you crouch down, you can actually get close enough to the chest where all of those goods are stored and pull inventory from it. So you can rob the store of everything because you basically get access to the vault without having to actually do anything, which is just kind of funny. It's just kind of funny. But there's so many little tricks like this, you know, there's so many. It's just fascinating. It's fascinating. In the original Mario Brothers game, they use the same sprite for the clouds and bushes. The bushes are just displayed in green. Oh yeah, back in the day when memory was super, super precious. Also, the train in Fallout 3 was just a train car on a dude's head. Yeah, so this is, maybe I can find that one because I also saw that one. Train Fallout 3. Yeah, Mr. John Robertson tweeted this, and then Gandalf the Fool retweeted it or screenshotted it or whatever. This is my favorite gaming fact. In Fallout 3, the game couldn't support a train for the player to ride in, but it could make NPCs walk, so the devs made a train a hat. The guy just wanders beneath the ground wearing his train hat, just being public transport. Which, I mean, my understanding of this is basically that they don't have the ability to have, like, agents within the game that operate independently unless they are labeled in the game's engine as an NPC. So you basically think of it as like how you set it up. My understanding is that you can't just have like put a box in the world and give that box this logic to travel in this way. Only NPC classed things can do that. So they were like, okay, well, we need the train to move around. Let's just make it a guy and we'll just hide the guy and do it that way. Just do it that way. Cayman also mentioned, also fun fact about Bethesda games, there are no disembodied voices. You can't do it with the engine. So for stuff like the Daedric Lords, there's a model of them in an inaccessible room that the voice is tied to. Also, all the shops have a chest with inventory underneath them, which is something we've also mentioned. Yeah, this one with the Fallout New Vegas ending for the secret room. Yeah. There's a lot of fun little tricks like that in these games that just make you appreciate it. Like doing a lot of this stuff required a lot of innovation and just clever solutions. That's the key. Like it's not about brute forcing it. It was about these clever ways of working around the restrictions of the hardware. And it's why also nowadays it can be a little underwhelming to see that like that sort of creative solution is not used anymore. At least the same ones aren't used because you can just brute force it. You just go in Unreal Engine, check the box that says ray traced reflections and just brute force it. Just let the engine and the GPU figure it out and just do it. Like there's no finesse with it. It's just figure it out. You know, it's why I remember there was one GDC talk where a dev, I think it was a graphics programmer or something I watched. If you guys remember the talk, let me know. We can pull it up. But the dev was basically saying that modern hardware and engines have allowed game devs to be lazy where they used to have to be clever. And that's very nice because it saves time, but it also can lead to things like performance optimization issues and stuff because they can just hand wave it away and brute force it.
Isaac Barnett donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Just ordered Embody gaming chair. Wanted to ask you why you ended up going G with what looks like Ike the Aaron instead of the Embody. Love your recommendations. Should I be worried?
Oh no, Isaac. Thank you for the 10. The Embody is a fantastic chair. If you guys don't know what he's talking about, this is it. I got an Embody. We did a sponsorship with Herman Miller, so I have this as well. This one. And you know, I also have the Aeron, which is, where is it? Gaming, furniture, storage, decor, sale. Just show me the chair. Office chair, maybe? Ergonomic chair. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I have the Aeron. Aeron. I have the Aeron. That's what I'm using right now. But I also have the Embody. It really just, for me, came down to a couple basic things for this particular studio. For one, the Embody can be like a little noisy when you're shifting around, which you might have noticed I do a lot, and my microphone was picking it up. Not a problem. Like when you're wearing headphones, you don't hear it, but the mic sometimes picked it up. So that was one thing. The other thing is that my wife liked it. So, you know, I will say though, I will always have a special place in my heart for the Aeron, specifically because I used to have like crushing back pain, and like I would finish sitting at this chair for 2 hours, 3 hours or something, like not even a particularly long stretch, but my neck was killing me, and I would have to do like the crazy ordeal of popping your back because my back just hurt. all the time. And then I swapped to this chair and just night and day. Within like a week and a half, 2 weeks, I didn't have the neck pain. I didn't have the back pain I had before. It's as close to magic as I've ever seen. So not everybody needs or should get a very expensive, nice chair like this. But I will say for me, it was a total game changer. I mean, it really was amazing. So I don't think there's any way to go wrong. They're both fantastic chairs. Visuals are also a component of it too. If you like the look of the Embody, go with the Embody. If you like the look of the Aeron, do that, you know. You popped your back. My back is unpoppable. Dude, you just need somebody that knows what they're doing. I threw out my back when we went to Arizona like a year ago, maybe. And I was trying to like get the kids buckled into the back of the minivan we had rented. And dude, I threw out my back so bad. Like I couldn't, it was one of those back injury things where you pulled a muscle or something in it. And I couldn't turn to the right. Like I couldn't turn more than this to the right. It was just miserable. It was miserable. So I went to a physical therapist / chiropractor that was out there. And you guys know I have strong feelings about chiropractors, but at this point I was just so in pain that I was like, anything. So we went, and that dude whipped me like an old towel. And it was specifically like 2 vertebrae back in here. He like put his forearm behind my back. So it was almost like, you know, a 2x4. And then like he put his arm across my chest and then his knee up like on my hip. And he just gadoosh, like straight up. I don't even know what you call that wrestling move, but it was just like crunch, but it popped it. And after like, yeah, the Bane move, yeah. And kind of gay, but okay. And I liked it. It was weird, but it actually worked. Like within an hour, I was like back to pretty good flexibility. Within like 5-6 hours, I was back pretty much to normal. So whatever I pulled or got out of whack, I was able to function again, which was nice. The thing with a lot of chiropractors though, and this was the same thing with this guy, is that because they're not technically real doctors, their practices don't accept insurance 99% of the time. So as a result, they can only do it based on cash, which means in order to make a living, they have to get you to sign up for these membership plans. And so they'll have you come in and you're like, I just pulled a muscle, or I popped something out. I popped a rib out or something. I just need you to pop it back in, which they can do. But dude, they will like swarm you trying to get you to sign up for a membership for like 3 sessions a week for the rest of your life at $50 a pop. Like it's worse than like used car salesmen or Church of Scientology, you know, cold calling. It's unbelievable. Like we were traveling from out of state to this little, like, I think it's a chain, but it was a membership to his specific practice or whatever. And I said, I'm here from out of state. I fly out tomorrow morning. I don't want a membership. I just want you to pop my back into place. It's like, yeah, well, but if we got you a membership, next time you come back, you could visit us again. I was like, in a year? Get a monthly membership to come back in a year? What? I was like, what are we doing? And then like he kept doing it. He kept saying, well, but it could really make sense because if you needed another adjustment before your flight tomorrow, you could actually come back. And I stopped him. This doesn't make it doesn't make sense. And I think it doesn't make sense. So let's stop this and just smile and nod and just move on. Okay. He's like, okay, yeah, we'll just but I was like, bro, you're literally like, sign up for a monthly membership, a year plan for your visit next year. I was like, you know what you're saying is stupid. There is no way you actually think that this makes sense in any world. It's like when I was working with a solar panel guy, I wanted to see how much it would be to get solar panels put on my house. Because my in-laws had gotten solar panels and they were swearing by them. I was like, okay, I'll get a quote. And dude, he quoted me an ungodly sum. I think it was like $80,000 for solar panels. 80,000. I asked him if I paid cash, how much would it be? He said 60. I can do it for 60 if he'll pay cash. If you finance it with us, it'll be 80. It's like, Jesus, dude. And I told him, well, like, I'm probably not in this house for that long. Do these hold their value when you sell the house? Do they, like, will I get 60 out of them when I sell the house? Will it increase the value of my house by that
donated
much?
$20 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Hi, Luke. Have you seen the Lord of the Rings movies and did you play the turn-based RPG The Third Age? I miss playing games in that world. There hasn't been a good one since Shadow of War.
Dude.
Rings of Power sucks, by the way.
For real. I'll circle back to that in just a second. I just want to keep my train of thought, but then I'll circle back to that because, yes, I have thoughts about Lord of the Rings and everything. But I asked the guy, I was like, if I spend 60 grand on solar panels, will my house therefore go up in value by 60,000 when I sell it? And he's like, absolutely. Common misconception is that solar panels are you know, a wash and they don't actually add value, or they even lose value on your house. Common misconception. You spend 60,000, your house will go up by that much. It just makes sense, right? Because your house will have $60,000 worth of solar panels, so it'll be worth 60 grand more. I was like, okay. So I called my real estate broker and I gave him the rundown and I asked him, so what do solar panels actually do? He's like, I've sold a lot of houses with solar panels. He said 90% of the time, the buyers ask for them removed before they buy. So if you bought the solar panels, you're just screwed. And you have to pay to have somebody remove them. And often you have to pay for like roof repairs after they remove them because of all the drilling and stuff they have to do to mount them. He said, so that is 1,000,000% a lie. It's like, if anything, it often decreases the value of your house if you factor in the price and the cost of getting rid of the solar panels before the buyer takes them over. He's like, I would not do it. He's like, if you're selling your house anytime in the next 20 years, don't do it. Like, it's just not worth it. Doesn't make sense. And so I called the solar panel guy back and I told him, and he's like, well, I think he basically said that the real estate broker I was working with was incompetent and didn't know what he was talking about and all this. I was like, listen, I won't tell you how to install solar panels. And I don't think you should tell the guy who sells houses how to sell houses. And especially the real estate agent, if what you're saying is true, would love to have the house listed at 60 grand more than it would have been listed otherwise, because that means he gets paid more. Like, what do you mean? It was just crazy. Why don't people want the solar panels? That's a good question. I think a lot of the time, so for one, there's sort of a taboo around them because a lot of people don't buy solar panels, they lease them. So when you see a bunch of solar panels on houses, a lot of the time, the person who owns the house doesn't own the solar panels. They're leasing them from a company that owns the solar panels, put them up using all these tax advantages and stuff. And you get a discount on your electricity bill as a result of it. My buddy, he just got solar panels put on his house and he didn't pay anything up front. They just put them up on his roof. But it's because the company that's doing it is taking the tax credits that he would normally claim. So they're probably putting used panels on his roof, claiming a tax credit worth thousands upon thousands of dollars, literally just using his roof as a place to put them. Like, it's basically just one big tax song and dance to get tax credits, which, you know, is a whole other topic because anyway. But yeah, a lot of people who have solar panels don't own them. And so a lot of people are like, yeah, I don't want to buy a house and then also buy a lease. You know, I don't want to do that. So people ask for them removed, which is why I think the broker, he told me something like, he's going off the dome, but he was like less than 5% of the houses we sell actually have the owners owning the solar panels. It's like 95% of the time they're leasing them, renting them, or they're still financed and they're paying them off. And so you know, you just get into a rough spot. Yeah. Yeah. Americans don't understand how solar panels are supposed to work. I mean, I don't know what that means. I think the thing is, in Colorado at least, which is where I'm at, the thing is we have a lot of tax incentives both from the state and the Fed to get you to get solar panels. So they give you like $5,000 tax credit here, $7,000 tax credit there. You put them up, you can get the tax credit. But what a lot of these solar companies do is they will set it up in a fancy way where they're like, you don't give us any money up front. We will put it all up and we'll do it, but we own the solar panels, and you'll save some money on your electric bill. But then, you know, they don't tell you what they're getting, which is that they're getting the tax credits because they file it on your behalf, and then they walk away with the $10,000-$15,000 of just straight government cash for doing it. You know, how come paying cash is cheaper than paying regularly if there's tax incentives though? Because they get the money up front, is my understanding. And I think also there's probably some sort of risk involved with people that don't pay, or with people that take a long time to pay and then default. And so there's all these things. All I know is that when I offered to pay cash, it took like 25% off the top. He might throw a fit if he ever sees this, because he was like, you can't tell anybody that we offer cash discounts. I was like, that seems like a weird thing to say. What do you mean? Like, yeah, if I pay cash, you'll give me less? What do you mean? Like, you don't want people to know that? And if you don't want people to know it, why are you telling me, you know? Why offer the discount? It was really weird. I was like, what do you mean? It's just bizarre. Worked in solar industry for over a decade. The value is in monthly utility savings, not the increased home value. If you aren't living in the home for 10 to 15 years, it doesn't make sense to buy them. Exactly, Andrew. And that's what I was hoping for the solar guy to tell me. It's like, just be real with me. Like, it does make sense for some people where it legitimately will save you money over the long term, the maths. But for other people, it doesn't make sense. And that's true of like the chiropractor guy popping my back, trying to get me to sign up for a year-long membership when I fly out the next day. That doesn't make any sense. And the solar panel thing, if I move in and selling the house in a year, it doesn't make sense to put them up. But if I was staying in the house for like 30 years and it was my forever home, yeah, do it, you know? And that's what ticked me off, was that like it was very clearly just lying to try and get the sale, and he just wasn't prepared for me to call somebody who knew what they were talking about. Who was gonna say no. He was for sure pocketing the money. That's why he didn't want you to tell. Yeah, maybe. I don't. Well, I'm sure they also, there's probably a component where they get bonused and like commissions based on whether it's financed, whether it's leased, or whether it's cash. And I bet their payout for cash is a little bit bigger. Who knows? But yeah, the whole thing left a bad taste in my mouth. It also was like, I told them very clearly, I've got half an hour for this meeting. Give me half an hour. And the dude, like, I kid you not, he had a spreadsheet and then he had a PowerPoint presentation, and he went through like the individual science of how solar panels worked and all this. I was like, this is cool. Great. He also like spent 10 minutes trying to explain how tax credits work. I was like, bro. And I told him like 3-4 times. I was like, you can skip this. Like, this is not to toot my own horn, but like, we're both wasting time right now. You're going over like stuff you don't need to go over. And he ended up taking like an hour and 15 minutes. It was like actually ridiculous. So I did not get solar panels is the moral of the story. At the end of the day, the final answer is I did not get solar panels. Let me catch up on super chats real quick. First of all, from Koenig Kaiser the Fourth, thank you for that 20. Very, very generous. Hi Luke, have you seen Lord of the Rings movies, and did you play the turn-based RPG The Third Age? I did not play The Third Age. I did not. Have I seen the movies? Yes. I've wanted to get Nikki to watch them because she's never watched them. She also has never watched Star Wars. Like, how do I navigate that? Like, we went to Disney and my wife has never seen any Star Wars movies. I'm like, what? Like, I'm not like a crazy Star Wars fan or anything. But it seems insane to me that you are like an adult and you've never seen Star Wars. Like, how does that even happen? It's like a cultural staple. Like, you have to have experienced it. None of them. No, she says that she probably was like on the couch when her dad was watching them when she was like 5, but she's like, I've never sat down and watched them. So she's like, I've probably seen some scenes, but I couldn't tell you what they're about. I was like, bro, that's messed up. But yeah, I want her to also see Lord of the Rings because, dude, those first 3.
Luke Warfield donated $19.99 through Super Chat. Hey Luke, I feel like many game devs that used to make good games for some reason lost their touch. Like Left 4 Dead devs made back 4 Blood or Killing Floor 3 being worse than previous games.
Previous games, it seems as time goes, it gets worse. Yeah, it's an interesting question. It reminds me of something Gabe said. Hold on. I'll circle back to that in just a second. But going back to the Lord of the Rings thing, I have said, I think I just said it last week, I think Lord of the Rings is one of the most like underutilized IP, not just in gaming, but in like entertainment. It is a gigantic IP that people know and love, amazing name recognition, fantastic lore and characters, world building. Like, you name it, it's got it. And we've got like Rings of Power and Gollum the game. Like, how have they like crapped the bed so bad? Like, they have everything before them that you could possibly ask for as far as an IP is concerned, and they just have no idea what they're doing. Yeah, Tales of the Shire. Yep, we just got that. Yep, sure did. It is such a colossal waste of potential. So I totally agree, Connie. I hope that they figure it out because, my God, there's so much potential that's just been wasted.
Koenig Kaiser ID donated $20 through Super Chat. If you have one near you, Alamo Drafthouse does a Lord of the Rings marathon every year with a special menu themed after the movies. Second Breakfast is amazing. If you have a PS2 or GameCube, play The Third Age.
I don't think we have the Alamo Drafthouse. There's one in Denver. There's one in Denver and one in Broomfield. Oh, I think Nikki went to one of these places. She was telling me about it. She went for like a bachelorette party or something. It's like, it's a Drafthouse cinema, and it's like movie and dining and stuff all at the same time. Interesting. Huh. I will keep an eye on that because that could be really fun, going to like a movie night or something there. That could be really cool. Huh. They do a Lord of the Rings marathon, special menu, second breakfast. If you have PS2 or GameCube, the Third Age. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you. Jacob has all the retro stuff. He's got, I don't know, Jacob, do you have a GameCube? I don't remember if you said you have a GameCube or not. It's got a lot. Yeah. Oh, Jacob, have you played it? Have you tried it? I looked it up. It launched in 2004. But Luke, as for your super chat, hey Luke, I feel like many game devs used to make good games for some reason lost their touch, like Left 4 Dead devs made Back 4 Blood and Killing Floor 3 being worse than previous games. Seems as time goes on, it gets worse. I think it's kind of a multifaceted thing. There's like a well-known sort of jokey rule within entertainment, which is like the curse of thirds, or the curse of the trilogy, whatever you want to call it. Like, there's articles people have written about it where, you know, a movie series might start good, the second movie peaks, and then the third movie just falls totally flat. And you know, they have a bunch of examples here as well. I think, I forget who talked about it. Maybe it was a developer or something. But basically, I think what it is when you are making the first thing, if we look at video games, yeah, not always, of course. There's plenty of third examples that are like peak. But I think what happens in video games specifically is the first game, you know what you want to do. Like you have the dream game in your head, but you work on it, you develop it and stuff. And because you got limited budget, limited devs, limited time, all that, you put it out there and it's not quite what you wanted it to be. It's close, but it's not quite there. The best example is probably Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, right? It's close, it's good, but it's clunky. It's you can see what they were trying to do, but they didn't quite pull it off. It's good, but it's just not quite there. And so then it's successful enough that they get to make the second game. And they get to make the second game knowing the vision from the first. They've learned everything from it. And they're like, okay, now we have the budget, we have the time, the resources, everything. So we can now fully realize that vision for the second game. And they put all the resources in, and they basically perfect the formula from the first game and realize the vision they had from the start. And then it, is received with critical acclaim. The third game comes along though, and they're like, okay, well, we basically did what we wanted to do. Like we achieved the dream we had back when we started on the first game. Now what? Like, do we just add in another player character? Like with Dark Knight, with Batman Arkham Knight, they're just like, what if we add the Bat Tank? What if we just do that? And maybe some Catwoman fights. Like, what else do we do? Because they did so well with Arkham Asylum, and then Arkham City is a realization of that vision with an open world and very expansive and very cinematic, that with the third game, they're like, I guess we just turn up those dials, like you run into difficulty on how you scale it up and take it up a notch. So I think in some cases that's it, where, they peak and then it's just, what do you do from there? There's other things where, like, honestly, some people, I know for us, like, we play video games and it's a passion and everything, but I think for some people, they also are making games as a career, and they're like making a product to sell. And we saw this with like the founder of Ninja Theory. Do you remember him? Ninja Theory. Let me see if I can find, what was the name of that guy? Here it is. Tamim. Tamim was like a co-founder. They founded it in March of 2000 for $3,000 or 3,000 pounds. But this guy, he made Ninja Theory, built it up, sold it for like $150 something million to Microsoft. And this is him now. You can find his Instagram, and he literally just travels the world, going to bizarre parties, taking pictures of women with cougars and at the BAFTAs with a massive rifle. And like, this is his life, is he just goes to like parties and hangs out with models because he's got more money than he knows what to do with.
Jimbo404 donated $10 through Super Chat. Maybe they could do a KCD3 where they add a simplified RTS mode where you command an army and also fight on foot like Mount and Blade.
I think if they do a third one, that's probably what they do. There's rumors that they might be doing like a World War II game next and do that. I don't know if they'd want to try something like Operation Valkyrie or something. I don't know if that works with their like vision of the types of games they want to make in terms of like immersive RPGs. But yeah, if they do a third one, I think they would have some sort of simulation component like that. I think so. But yeah, I think some people, they make it and then they check out.
Koenig Kaiser IV donated $10 through Super Chat. Or did Sucker Punch patent the karma system like Monolith with the Nemesis system?
I don't think so. I feel like that would have made news. Let's see. Concept of in-game morality reputation system isn't new, likely not patentable in itself. According to NME, Sucker Punch's infamous series did utilize a specific implementation of the karma system to track and influence gameplay elements. But there's no publicly available information that they patented it or did any other such protections. So I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just it hasn't been used. Interesting. It might be too broad to specifically patent. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, I think that that's a component of it, is that sometimes like the studios and developers, it goes from being a passion to being about work, and you know, maybe some of the love gets lost. But I don't know, I think it's just it's tricky to make broad sweeping conclusions like that as well, though, because there's also lots of examples of studios who started really strong and then just got better and better and better and better and just keep getting better as time goes on. And so like Larian just keeps getting better and better and better and better. You know, CDPR, I think, besides the one hiccup of Cyberpunk,
Conic
just keeps
Kaiser
getting better and
IV
better.
donated $10 through Super Chat. Because a new Infamous-like game would be great to see. Meant to have this apartment of the last chat.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. I think a new Infamous would also be really cool to see, and that's another IP that has just been dormant for too long. I think it's kind of bizarre, but I do think that they could totally reboot Infamous if they wanted to, because that was huge back, like, God, how long ago was that? Do I even want to Google? It's gonna make me feel so old. Second Son was 2014. Woof. Woof. Oh God. Ugh. Let's see. Let me finish catching up on these. Everything about Lord of the Rings still holds up in modern time. The books, the movies, it's so damn good. Not the show though. Yeah, dude. But now you saw Amazon has James Bond. So there's that. I'm sure they won't screw that up. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, the movies are so good. What's your take on the Hobbit though? Because Peter Jackson didn't get like any pre-production time on the Hobbit. Wasn't it supposed to be, I think it was supposed to be Guillermo del Toro was supposed to be directing the Hobbit the Hobbit trilogy. And then he had to bail for some reason, and Peter Jackson took over. I think that was the story. I think that's how it was. I don't know. I don't mind the Hobbit. I understand why some people don't like it. I think it's not one that's as rewatchable as the original trilogy, but I still think it's good. I think people can be a little dramatic with how bad it was in hindsight. But I thought it was fine. I thought it both was way too long and way too short at the same time. Like, it felt like some stuff they just rushed through like crazy, and other parts they spent way too long on and really milked it. Like, I remember watching the first entry in the trilogy in the movie theater, and when they see like Smaug, I was like, okay, so now the finale of the movie starts, and they're like, nope, wait a year or whatever. Like, it's ridiculous. Don't worry, I'm catching up on super chats. We just got a flood of them all at the same time, so I didn't forget about you. I'm sorry. The yellows and oranges get read first because, you know, bigger, I guess. Not only was Guillermo del Toro supposed to direct The Hobbit, it was supposed to be 2 movies. I think you can tell. It feels like it should have been 2, not 3. Yeah, sorry, Dad. Oh, no, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. There are times where I will forget and miss it, and I want you to call me out and tell me when I miss it. I don't want to miss anybody's super chats, of course. Cheetah Duck. What a name.
Cheetah Duck donated $9.99 through Super Chat. If Sony needs to reboot any game, I think it's Killzone that deserves it.
I think that they are worried they couldn't differentiate it enough in the modern day from the other like FPSs out there. But I think it's also at this point, I don't think there's any shot that they'd want Guerrilla doing anything other than Horizon. Because that's the thing you gotta remember. Naughty Dog said, we can't do The Last of Us Online because supporting it would turn us from a single player studio into pretty much exclusively a live service studio. And Guerrilla Games, a team of, I think, roughly the same size as Naughty Dog, they are now putting out a massive online game that they've been working on since before The Last of Us Online even started production, and that reportedly has cost, hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, there's a good shot if that Horizon game does well that Guerrilla doesn't put out a new single player game for a very long time. And I know people are going to be like, oh, well, but they've said that they want to continue doing it. Yeah, that's what Naughty Dog said as well, until they said, oh, well, we won't be able to. So I'll believe it when I see it. There's not a lot of studios that are able to pump out and support a gigantic live service game that also are putting out really strong single player games. It's just not that common. Are there examples? I mean, Mind's Eye, I guess. Star Citizen. What's an example of a company or a studio that puts out a really successful live service game and a really good single player? BGS. We got Fallout 76, right? And Starfield. So I guess there's that. GTA. I feel like if you ever are like, yeah, we just have to be like Rockstar. I feel like we're already. That's pretty tough, man. We just have to be like that one godlike company, and then we'll be fine. Valve. Valve. I guess they do pop out every once in a while and have a single player game that they put out. It takes like a decade between each, but I guess. The people who are making the finals, what single player game are they doing? Ironically enough, Ubisoft. Ubisoft's tricky though, because Ubisoft is a publisher, not like they have studios, but you have to remember that Ubisoft has like 20,000 employees. So Ubisoft, like the team that's doing Rainbow Six, they are not doing Assassin's Creed. Like that's not the same guys. I don't know, man. It's I don't know. It's the danger with this live service stuff when you have an established studio that's really accomplished and successful, and then you have them go and make a live service thing. Because if they are successful, they probably won't be able to do the single player stuff again. Respawn, ooh, that's a good one. Okay, that's a good one, Trebo. I didn't think of that. Respawn, yeah, because they've got Apex, which at least a few years ago was doing really, really well. And then, they've got the Star Wars games that have done really well. So yeah, Respawn's a good one. Respawn's a really good one. Yeah. Blizzard 15 years ago. Back in the day. 15 years ago, 2010. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Let me continue catching up on these super chats real quick. Hound, thank you for the 33 months. Booyakasha. Luke, did you see the U.S. is also trying to pass censorship law, kind of like the one in the U.K.? I signed a petition for it a few days ago. Slippery slope. I've heard rumblings. I don't know. Is there like a specific lawmaker that's trying to do it? Because I just read an article yesterday that was specifically about like the U.S. people in the House, or maybe it was the Senate, wanted to put in sanctions against the U.K. for those laws, saying that it was like contributing to dysfunction within global discourse and stuff. So I think, you know, maybe I'm sure there are people in the U.S. government that are, you know, getting off on the idea of it being implemented here. I will say, as I said when we talked about it last, I think if you were to try to do some of that stuff that they're doing in the UK right now, if you tried to do that in the US, like, people would riot in the streets. They'd lose their minds. Absolutely lose their minds. Thank you, Crusader Nella. I'll read that in just a second. Thank you, my friend. Still catching up on these. Zach Miklas, thank you for the 5. Have you tried Ready or Not? I recommend trying it out, possibly doing a video on it in the future. My buddy was talking about trying it. Maybe we do try that in the next day or two. I saw it's popping off. It's doing really well. Seems like they're what did they do? They put like, they changed a bunch of the really hardcore stuff when they brought it to consoles. They cut like the nudity. There was like, I think, a drug overdose in one scene. They cut a bunch of stuff, really toned it down compared to the original PC version, but seems like it did not hurt its performance. But yeah, I should try it. Pretty eye, thank you for the 26 months. According to the chat tab, I'm a top 10 fan. Hope this bumps me up. Hope you've been doing well, Luke. Shout out to 26 months. 26 months, booyah. Booyah, indeed, my friend. Much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, that leaderboard thing that they have, it here on YouTube, it updates every single individual stream. So it updates based on the FAQ says it offers a place for fans to stand out in the community. Top 3 get special badges in live chat. Resets every stream, so you can always try again. And to end up higher on the list, you have to send live chat messages and send super chats and super stickers to get XP. There you go. Fun little thing they're doing. Jonathan, thank you for the 5. I'm in Texas and left for lunch yesterday, and it was 102. Jesus, dude. Hopefully it's dry heat, though. The problem is when it's 102 and 100% humidity, then it just feels like you're walking through an armpit. It's terrible, dude. It's terrible. I dry heat, I can manage. Wet heat, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. If like you go outside, you start sweating and you would never dry off. You're just always, you just feel gross. You feel gross. When I was a little kid, my family lived in Houston for a year. And Houston, Texas, it's, for one, the most obese city in America. But I'm a firm believer the reason for that is not just like Southern food, which is pretty unhealthy, but also because it's so freaking hot, all you can do is stay inside. Like, it's just so freakishly hot that all you want to do is stay inside in the AC and eat because everywhere else is miserable. I couldn't do Houston again. It is not for me. If you like Houston, props to you. I can't do it. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. 53 nights. It's the butthole of the state. Jesus. Goodness gracious. Blondie, thank you for the 6. Hey, Luke, will you do a deep dive on the gameplay from Chronos, the horror game from Bluebird today? I'm interested about your opinion. Much love for all. Yeah, they did another big gameplay deep dive, didn't they? I believe they did. Let's see. They did a few. They did a 35-minute gameplay drop. They did a 10-minute gameplay drop. We could look at the preview, the gameplay preview. We could do that. I got that pulled up. We can do that. Thank you for the recommendation. Thank you. Luke, thank you for the 8 months. Again, video title, Tri-Finger Butthole. I don't remember what that was about, but sure. Crusader Nella, thank you for the bits over on Twitch. I'm going to be honest, the resurgence, quote unquote, of Skull and Bones horrifies me because it vindicates that one CEO that said it's okay to rush games because they can just do No Man's Sky. Honestly, I'm just getting depressed as more and more of the industry is going through shiftification, I think is technically what that says. Resurgence is a strong word. Oh, the Jesus video. Oh, okay. Resurgence is a strong word with Skull and Bones. If they can eventually get it fixed up, I will be happy compared to where I am now, where I just think it's sad and sucks. So I think they could get there. But they have a lot of work still to do. But ultimately, like, my point of view, and I understand what you're saying, but my point of view is if they can fix it up and get it to be a good game, that's better than it being a excuse me. That's better than it being a bad game now. Sorry, I normally am able to mute before sneezing if it hits me, but that one snuck up. So I think that, you know, if I have the choice between them like fixing it and them abandoning it, I'd rather they fix it. That's my point of view. But I understand what you're saying, where it could lead potentially to people just being like, "Oh, we'll just fix it later." You know, I get what you're saying. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Let's see. Ashen Warden, is Red Dead Redemption 2 worth going back to? Also, hi. Yes, it's always worth going back to. It's very good. I would say if you can go back, here's the thing. Like, there's rumors of a 60 FPS patch or update or something coming to next gen consoles, because I don't think it ever got it, right? It was the first Red Dead Redemption got the PS4 port that had 60 frames that you could play on PS5. So that one, sure, that one got updated, but I don't think they ever got 60 FPS on current consoles. So there's rumors of that happening. But I mean, it could be tomorrow out of nowhere. It could be in 5 years. We just don't know. So, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, do you wait in case they do the 60 FPS update, or do you play it now? I think it still plays really well, even at 6 or even at 30. I would just say play it, honestly. I'd just say play it. Just play it. Looks bored AF? No, dude, I'm having a good time. My coffee's not kicking in. I think I gotta take it up a notch. Gotta take it up a notch, dude. My resistance is too high. It's too high. Also, the studio who made the Ant game in Unreal 5, who won some graphic prize, shut down due to lack of finances. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Games are freaking expensive, dude. Dark Roast or GTFO. I respect that. I respect that. Let's see. Archer, thank you for the membership as well. Welcome, welcome. Get over in the Discord before it's too late. Or whatever. I'm going to do, actually after this stream, I'm recording another member/Twitch sub exclusive video showcasing an indie game that I've been enjoying. So make sure to check that out. Ooh, the giveaway. I was also going to talk about the giveaway. We'll get to that in a bit. We'll get to that in a bit. Let's see. Scroll with Gun. Yeah, that one's really funny. Let's see, the gaming chair, we talked about that. Swerve and Dune. Luke just wanted to shout out Stalker 2 on Game Pass. It has an awesome world. Not a 10 out of 10, but you can put a lot of time into it. Yeah, dude, Stalker 2, if you like those hardcore FPS games, it's got a lot for you. Southie39, thank you for the 5. Do you ever wish you could unsee low frames again? Go back to that feeling of getting a game, playing it, and just enjoying it for what it is? Yeah, I mean, I still... There's one exception to 30 FPS stuff. I can tolerate 30 FPS and get used to it. Like I said, I can play Red Dead 2 at 30 FPS on console and be fine, like have a great time. I can deal with 30 FPS. I know some people say that they can't and it's unplayable. I disagree. The one exception to that, though, are 30 FPS first-person shooters. That makes my brain want to explode. My brain can't do it. It just can't. My brain gets nauseous and motion sick, and I just can't do it. And there's some action games where that's also true. Ghost of Tsushima, the first version that was at 30 FPS on the PS4, I really couldn't get into it. Like, I don't know what it was about, maybe the grass moving or like the wide FOV. I don't know what it was, but something in my brain did not like it. But once they had the 60 FPS update, I clicked with it and had a great time. I think a lot of people are a little dramatic with the 30 FPS thing. Of course, I greatly prefer 60 as the minimum. But a lot of games, if the option is play it at 30 or don't play it at all, I'll play it. Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Okay. For like 25, 30 years, we all played games at 30 and it was totally doable. Like, I refuse to believe that in the last 4 years, we evolved magically to all of a sudden be incapable of tolerating it. Like, it's doable, you know? Like, I think Red Dead 2 at 30 is a great game. Breath of the Wild at 30, great game. Would it be better at 60? Yeah, but it's still great. So, yeah. As for going back to the time when we could just naively appreciate like probably okay games for what they were. Yeah, I think it's an important thing for all of us to do in the industry across the board. I think we should all try to get to the point where, you know, we are not just playing the 10 out of 10s, but we also give some indie games a shot. We give like some of those lower budget games a shot. Just because something might be like a 7 out of 10 does not mean it's abhorrent. Does not mean that you should never touch it. It does not mean you should only pirate it or something. Like, you know, a lot of the biggest franchises in the world started at that point. They started with tight budgets, small teams, and not great Metacritic scores, but they built it up because people gave them a chance, you know? So I think everybody should give those games a chance, you know? Not every game, but I think some of them. You know, if you've been looking at an indie game that's like 75 out of 100, basically, like it's got some big problems, but it's still pretty solid, go check it out. Give it a shot, you know? Especially in a time like right now where there's kind of a rut and there's not really any big stuff out. Go check it out, you know? Go check it out. Yeah, you can't get a chance. Can't give a chance in this market when you're gambling $70 for a chance to know. Well, that's why. I mean, if the indie game that's 7 out of 10 is $70, yeah, then I'm not going to feel too bad. If it's an indie game that's like $30-$40 and it's like a 7 out of 10, you know, check it out. Check it out. Does motion smoothing help 30 FPS games? I wouldn't use it for 30. Because all the latency will still be like 30, but it's going to look basically like 60, and it's going to be weird. So I wouldn't use it for 30, no. I would only turn on something like motion smoothing if you're already natively achieving like 90 plus frames. That's just my personal opinion, though. Thank you again for all of those $20 super chats. Those were crazy. Thank you guys. Koenig and Luke again for those. Dylan, Luke, would Half-Life 3 be more hyped than GTA 6? No, I don't think so. Half-Life 3 is really big within the hardcore gaming community. As far as I know, it's not really, like, I think if you went up to a guy on the street, he wouldn't know what Half-Life 3 is. I think pretty much anybody you go up to on the street knows what Grand Theft Auto is. So I think Grand Theft Auto has much bigger appeal in the mass market than it does in like with Half-Life. Cheetah Duck again, thank you for that super chat. Jimbo again, thank you for the 10. Koenig, thank you for the 10. My goodness, Koenig popping off. Jesus. Thank you again. Judson, thank you for the 5. Maybe the reason game sucks now is because original people who made those games are retired or went to indie space, doesn't want to deal with corporate. I do think the latter part of that is definitely true. You've seen it with even, look at even an example like Rocksteady, where like the founders leave to go found a new studio. A lot of people left CDPR to go and found separate studios. Like what is it, Blood of the Dawn Walker? That's a bunch of former Witcher devs that left after The Witcher 3 and after Cyberpunk to go work on that. So yeah. Will GTA use frame gen? We don't know. We don't know. Will they use frame gen? I think it's unlikely on console. I don't know if they even can, but I think it's very unlikely. But they'll use like temporal upscalers for sure. Let's see. Cheetah Duck again. Thank you for that one. Real Serious. Thank you for that super chat. The book's other name is There and Back Again. So the movies should have been divided into going there and back again. Honestly, a Hobbit miniseries would have been better. I think could have been interesting if they did a miniseries, but you know they also would have stretched that out into like 3 seasons, dude. Like for sure, right? Like you could get through The Hobbit in 2 movies, each that are like 2.5 hours, 3 hours long. So you got like 5-6 hours. If they did a mini series, they would have spent 12 to 20 hours on it. Like, I think they definitely would stretch it out, but who knows? GameWire's news. Thank you again for the 5. Are you interested in the upcoming Lord of the Rings MMO game? I'm interested in checking it out. As for whether it's going to be good, I think is very much in question, but yeah, I'm interested in checking it out. Okay. Okay, real quick, let's do this. Let's shift. Thank you again for all the super chats and follows and memberships and all that stuff, guys. It's very humbling. Thank you. Appreciate you. New segment. So we actually just talked about Matt Piscatella the other day, where we looked at his account over on Blue Sky because he's an industry analyst. He works with Circana LLC and does a lot of industry analysis. And I want to show you a little something in this because it is really interesting. Hazador Gaming clipped this over on X, which I appreciate because I don't have a Blue Sky. I have no idea what's going on over there. But he clipped this and showed it. Matt said, pulling together our huge Q2 games market dynamics report, which includes this chart, which I'm about to show you, among, frankly, too many others. And it just kind of stared at this one for a bit. Wild times in the console market these days. Imagine showing this list to someone in 2015. What is this list that he's mentioning? It is a list of the top 10 best-selling games on PlayStation platforms, physical and full digital from digital data sharing publishers with the Digital Leader panel, ranked in dollar sales, reporting from April 6th through July 5th. And of the top 10 sellers on all of PlayStation for Q2, an entire quarter, 6 of them are published by Microsoft. Which is crazy. We have Forza Horizon 5 in the number 1 spot. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, number 2 spot. MLB The Show, that's Sony officially. Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Microsoft. Doom the Dark Ages, Microsoft. Indiana Jones, Microsoft. Minecraft, Microsoft. AC Shadows, which in the previous quarter was number 3 behind, I think it was Call of Duty and Monster Hunter. I think it was behind, or MLB and Monster Hunter. That's what it was. Dude, Monster Hunter has fallen off the list completely, but MLB The Show was number 2 last quarter, and AC Shadows was number 3, so Monster Hunter was number 1, but yeah, it's completely fallen off the list now. AC Shadows still in number 8, from Ubisoft, of course, and then GTA 5, because of course it is, still on top 10 sales list. 12 years after the fact? It's still on the list. And WWE 2K25 is number 10. I think he's right. If you showed this list to somebody back at the end of the last generation, I think they would have called you a damned liar. I don't think anybody would have believed you, because it is just frankly insane that they are literally the majority of the top 10 sales list on PlayStation, and PlayStation currently only has 1 game in that list, MLB The Show. Now, of course, PlayStation's production strategy has been very, very different from Microsoft. And, Microsoft has spent a lot of money to get to where they are right now. I mean, like Doom and Indiana Jones, those 2 games alone, and Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. So I guess these 3 games are all tied to the ZeniMax purchase of ZeniMax, which owns Bethesda Softworks and BGS and id and all of those. But these 3 games are tied to a $7.5 billion acquisition. So that, there's a cost to getting on this list for sure by having those. Of course, like Call of Duty is tied to the acquisition of Activision Blizzard King, which is a $70 billion acquisition. So it's not like they just popped up here casually. I mean, they spent a lot of money to get these IP and get these games. But still, the cross-platform strategy is without a doubt generating a lot of revenue. A lot of people thought that Microsoft would bring these games to PlayStation, sell a few copies, but they kind of, the faulty premise for years was that if you have your games exclusive to your console, anybody who's interested in those games will move over to your console and buy a console. If you want what would be an example? Spider-Man game, you buy a PlayStation. If you see a really cool Doom game that's exclusive to Xbox, you'll go and buy an Xbox. But that hasn't been borne out in the data. What seems to be much more clearly the case is that people are attached to the platforms they like because they use that platform and they like it. They like it. So they're entrenched at this point because they've been using a PlayStation for years and years and years. And spoiler alert, not everybody has hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of dollars to buy an additional console and new games on that platform. Like, they'll just wait until the game comes to their platform. There were lots of people who were interested in like Forza on PlayStation, demonstrably, who weren't buying Xboxes, but were still interested in the IP. And we're just waiting for it to pop over. And when it popped up, they bought it. Same with Doom, Indiana Jones, all these other ones. And so Microsoft's strategy has been to go and meet the players where they're at, which is not on Xbox hardware. It's definitely not. And it seems to be working decently well. Because even if they're selling 1 million copies on PlayStation or 2 million, I mean, I think they sold multiple millions of Oblivion alone. That's still generating hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue that would otherwise be sitting on the table unclaimed, because if they kept it exclusive to Xbox, it's pretty clearly not generating console sales. It's not generating new Game Pass signups. So if PlayStation gamers aren't interested in Game Pass or the console, okay. Are you interested in the $70 version of the game? Yes, here you go. You know, that seems to be a decent way of doing it that is clearly going quite well. It really seems to be. So I think this is something that, of course, Sony is also well aware of because they have all of this data from their in-game shops as well. This is not lost on them. And they were just over the weekend, you know, in the news and people talking about it because they're hiring somebody that's going to handle multi-platform strategy for PlayStation as well. And I think it's, without a doubt, this is where everybody's going. You know, it doesn't mean that they're going to bring, like, PlayStation's going to bring their games day one to every platform. But I think now we're just at the point where the console war has been over for a while. People know what consoles they like. They know the platforms they like. If you're a PC gamer, you're a PC gamer. If you're a PlayStation gamer, you're a PlayStation gamer. If you're an Xbox gamer, you're an Xbox gamer. People know what they like, and they're entrenched there. There's not going to be a lot of wiggle room. You know, it's not 2005. It's not 2006 anymore. People aren't debating whether to get a 360 or a PlayStation 3. Like, they're pretty well entrenched where they want to be. And as a result, you just got to bring the games to wherever they're at, and people will buy them in droves. So I think, you know, we pretty clearly are at the end of the age of exclusivity. They still very well could have the game exclusive for 6 months or for 12 months or whatever it may be. Like, I would be very surprised if they were doing day one launches for like The Last of Us Part 3 or Uncharted 5 or whatever it is. I'd be very surprised if they did day one launches on PC, for example, with those. Unless, this is my caveat, and I've said this for like a year at this point, unless they have their own launcher. I could totally see a world in which PlayStation has their own launcher on PC to have trophies officially supported, and it launches day one on their launcher, and then it comes to Steam like 6 months later. I could totally see them doing that. There was some data mining that happened like 6 months ago where people thought they were finding some remnants and hints to that effect. And I think if they were to do that, that would make a lot of sense. And then they'd be like, yeah, well, if you don't like the PlayStation launcher, just wait 6 months and then buy it on Steam. And then you pay the 30% cut to Steam at that point. But if you want to play it right now, you can on PC. You just have to play it on our platform where we don't pay 30% to Steam. I think they very well could try that. I don't personally think that's a great idea. I think we saw how much PC gamers melted down when you tried to require them to sign into a PlayStation account. Can you imagine if it was an exclusive launcher? I think you get messy. I mean, there's a reason why every major publisher nowadays has gotten rid of their own launcher and gone back to Steam. I mean, even Ubisoft like brought AC Shadows to Steam day one, which was pretty bold. You know, you remember Bethesda had their own launcher at one point for Fallout 76 because they didn't want to pay Steam a cut. Very funny. Hey, look, remember Red Ring of Death? Kind of unreal how Microsoft got away with that. I mean, did they get away with it? Because that cost them so much money in repairs. Like, my uncle, I think, went through like 3 or 4 Xbox 360s because of that. and he would send it back and get sent a new one. Like, it was a huge scandal and a big problem without a doubt. But, I mean, I think they lost a lot of money on that, having to juggle all of that crap. Let's see. I still regret buying SimCity 2013 EA Origin. Now it's gone. Dude, Origin, what a terrible launcher. Oh, man. Is Satya the final boss of video game exclusivity? I don't think it's Satya. I think it's Hiroki Totoki. I mean, or I guess maybe one of the Nintendo guys. The Nintendo guys, I don't think are ever doing anything with cross-platform stuff. I don't think they're interested at all. So I guess maybe they are. Maybe they are. Yeah, we went through like 5. Yeah, dude. Like, they bore the cost, replaced the systems, no questions asked. Yes, it was bad, but they owned up to it. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like, they handled a really sucky situation as best you could, I guess. Shouldn't have happened ever. Sure, absolutely. But given that it did happen, I think they handled it decently well, and I think it cost them a lot of money. Let's see. At the cost of all those Microsoft layoffs, sadly. This is at the cost of Microsoft layoffs. I mean, I would submit that the layoffs were going to happen regardless. And I mean, you can look back over the last like 10 years at the end of their fiscal year, like every year, Microsoft does a huge round of layoffs. Like, it's just what they do. So I don't think that was going to change whether or not these games were on the list or not. It's just how Microsoft is. But anyway, going back to this, it is absolutely crazy that 6 of the top 10 games on PlayStation for this quarter, not just a week, not just a month, for the entire quarter, were all Microsoft. Sony only has 1 game on the list. But this is, they've wasted so much time, so much dev time, so many resources on this live service push. It's just been an absolute dumpster fire. And you know, I do love saying "I told you so," so I will say it again. But with Jim Ryan, I remember back in 2020, I made a couple videos where I said, I don't think Jim Ryan's a gamer. I think he's a corpo bigwig sitting in his ivory tower. I get none of the magic from him that I got from Sean Layden. Like, Sean Layden instilled confidence. He understood gamers and gaming. I think he has a vision. I think he knows what he's doing. Jim Ryan was the opposite of all of that. All of that. And I think he was an unmitigated disaster. Like, just an unmitigated disaster for PlayStation. Yeah, the PS5 sold well, but I think they've wasted 5 years of dev time and like at least $4 to $5 billion on nonsense that has gone nowhere. Like, it really is unbelievable how much time and money was wasted on that. And, you know, perhaps Herman is a part of that equation as well. But absolutely crazy to see that list. But it seems to be the case, seems to be true, seems to be real. So we'll see what PlayStation's got. They've got a lot in the works, which is our next segment, looking at what games their various studios are working on. But they need to start revving it up, because I feel like we're already over halfway through this generation. I mean, just to put this in perspective, okay? Just to round out this segment. The PS4 launches in 2013. Same with the Xbox One. 2013. It takes 7 years, okay, just 7, to get the PS5 and Xbox Series consoles. 7 years from the launch of the PS5 era would be like late 2027, which is in 2 years. Which means we are already approaching the end of the generation. Like, we are already pretty close to the end of everything. Everything's over. Like, this generation has flown by, and I still feel like we have gotten some phenomenal games. Don't get me wrong. We got Baldur's Gate. We got freaking KCD 2. We've gotten some amazing games. But I feel like compared to the last generation where we had these behemoth companies, especially PlayStation was at the top of their game and putting out consistent bangers and hits and new IP and stuff, reboots like God of War 2018. And we've got none of that. Like at this point in the generation, last time, this year, God of War 2018 would be coming out. We would have had 2 years of trailers for The Last of Us Part 2. We would have gotten things like Bloodborne, Uncharted 4, like it's just Spider-Man, which I think was Spider-Man 2019 or 17. I always mix it up. Days Gone would have gotten that 2019, so like next year, next spring or summer. Detroit Become Human. Red Dead 2 would have been out this year. Yeah. It's just people, I think it's because of the dark times in 2020, it all kind of blurs together. But seriously, we are very late in this generation. The equivalent year for the PS4 was 2018. So that's where we are. And you remember 2019, things started to rev down because studios were starting to wait for the next gen. So we realistically could be in a spot where like next year, late next year, you start to hear discussions of studios holding their games back for the next gen. And I'm sure they're going to get word. Maybe they push the next gen to 2028 or 2029. You never know. They might honestly do that. Probably they do. But that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. I think most likely what we see is the next gen kicks off in 2028. And I think that you'll see some cross-generational games. Like I think Elder Scrolls 6, for example, is going to be cross-gen. I think it's going to be for the series consoles, for PS5, and then they're also going to have it for PlayStation 6 and whatever the next Xbox is. I think that's what they'll do. And I don't think it's a bad strategy, frankly. I think that's probably what they're going to do. But yeah, this generation, I feel, has largely been disappointing from the point of view of like PlayStation Studios, especially. They've really just let it go and be wasted. But we've had some amazing games in the meantime. But let's transition forward. New segment. Brr. Cargadon, thank you for the sub with Prime, my friend. Thank you. Thoughts on Arc Raiders being squished between two big games. Also got into an exclusive survey due to playing a lot of the Texas 2 and its exciting stuff is all I can say. Interesting. Feel free to leak it all to me. I probably actually know what you're talking about. No, no spoilers, but yeah, I probably know exactly what you're talking about. Having said that, I think, Arc Raiders is unique enough that it should be fine. The only real competition for Arc Raiders was going to be Marathon. And I guess Exoborn is also up there. Exoborn is another one that's going to go head-to-head with them that has a lot of marketing behind it. I think that they're going to rev up around the same time. But we'll see. I think word of mouth is definitely with Arc Raiders at this point. But Marathon now being booted out, I don't think they were that worried about Arc Raid or about Marathon. But now they're just totally not worried at all, So. Okay, let's do this. New segment. Okay, so just in the previous segment, we were talking a lot about PlayStation. We looked at the chart from Matt Piscatella that showed 6 of the top 10 selling games in Q2 were Microsoft titles. And we talked about the end of the generation, all that stuff. But I think really the main takeaway is that PlayStation has been pretty absent for a while. I mean, on that Q2 list, the only Sony game on that list was MLB The Show. The other 9 games were from Take-Two, Ubisoft, and Microsoft. Like, literally dominated by everybody else other than PlayStation, and that's on their own platform. So they've got a lot of studios in the works. We know that they're working on a bunch of stuff. Some of it more exciting than others. Big mysterious games from Naughty Dog. They're working on Intergalactic, but then they're also working on another game that very well could be a new Uncharted. We know that Sony Santa Monica's working on something. We know that Cory Barlog's working on something over there as well. We know that Insomniac is working on probably Wolverine. We know Fair Games. Sorry. Fair Game $ is coming as well. So there's a bunch of big ones. The Horizon Online game. But it's funny that we were talking about this at this time because IGN, the behemoths themselves, 19 million subscribers, booyakasha, they just put out a video recapping the state of every PlayStation Studio summer 2025 update. And I want to hear this, because if they have actually done their homework and have some updates on what every studio is working on, I'm here for it, because it's easy to forget and get them mixed up, because we've had cancellations and all sorts of stuff. Like Blue Point just had their game canceled. They were working on, like, I believe a God of War live service game, and Sony Bend also had their live service game canceled. So there's a lot of crap going on right now. But let's see.
We're over halfway through 2025 already, which means it's time to check in on all of Sony's PlayStation studios to see what they're making and what games are coming to your PS5 in the months and years to come. While the console has received some great exclusives in 2025, including the critically acclaimed Death Stranding 2, none of Sony's first-party studios have released a game this calendar year, aside from the annual inevitability that is MLB The Show. So surely that means plenty of PlayStation studios have games coming out soon, or at the very least have secrets up their sleeves, right? Well, that's exactly what...
Secrets being a fun word. Because Horizon has 2 big live service games coming, probably in the next 18 months together. They've got the Guerrilla Games one, and then they have another one from NCSoft that was rumored to have been canceled, but then it later came out that the project that was canceled wasn't actually the Horizon game from NCSoft, so it looks like it actually is still in production. It's a whole thing. Marathon, of course, is coming as well. It's actually possible. Yeah, there's 2 of them. It's why it's so funny that there was that lawsuit filed the other day towards that Tencent Horizon ripoff, because the reporting and what was said in the lawsuit was that the executives from Tencent came to Sony asking basically, can we get this licensed as a Horizon game and just do Horizon in Asia? And we'll run it, you get a royalty from it, we'll just license it through the Horizon IP. And I think they built it as a Horizon game. And they were basically going to ask forgiveness before asking permission, you know? Like, we're going to ask forgiveness because we already made the game as a Horizon game, and they'll say yes, and then we'll just put the Horizon logo on it. Sony said no, however, because they already have 2 massive live service games in the works in the Horizon franchise, and I think they were worried that 3 would be too much. I would argue 2 might be too much. Dare I say 1, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
What we're going to take a look at here. What are the developers behind PlayStation's highly respected library up to now? And how long will it be before we get to both see and play their projects? So let's dig into what each studio is doing and when we can realistically expect to see new games from them.
Yeah. Fair game $. Naughty Dog.
Naughty Dog's attention is now firmly on Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet, a spacefaring game with retro 80s vibes. After leaving the future of The Last of Us HBO show in the hands of Craig Mazin, studio head and creative director Neil Druckmann is now working full steam ahead with his team on the Uncharted studio's first new series since 2013.
Yes, Neil and Haley Gross, both of them have left the show, which we've talked about before. I don't think that's a good sign for the show when literally everybody who is involved in the original games is bailing right as, like, you would think the show would be picking up steam. They're bailing on it. Like, maybe it is that they're just saying, hey, we want to focus on the game. Maybe that is legitimately all that it means, but I doubt it. I doubt it. You know, I think that season 3 is going to be a dumpster fire, but I'm here for it. Anyway.
Aside from a cinematic heavy trailer at last year's Game Awards, we've seen very little of this sci-fi story.
Tell me something good.
What we do know is that it follows Jordan A. Munn, a bounty hunter who gets stranded on a planet when on the trail of a criminal syndicate called the Five Aces. It's also rumoured to have a deeper combat system than any previous Naughty Dog game, with the reveal trailer giving us a tiny glimpse of its lightsaber-esque gameplay. Oh, and the music is being composed by Nine Inch Nails, Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. That's never not a good thing. Could this be Sony's big 2026 PS5 game? We can certainly hope, but we would love to see some gameplay before making such assumptions.
True. They've also made a bunch of offhand comments about how, like, Neil says, Elden Ring has been really inspiring to me. I love the idea of like asynchronous narratives and storytelling through the environments and through items, like not just through dialogue, which is typically how Naughty Dog does it. There were leaks about a year ago of people that were familiar with playtesters and developers on the project who said that it's basically The Last of Us Part 2 meets Elden Ring, and that it's going to blow people's minds. Time will tell. Time will tell. I'm intrigued. You know, I'm not one of these doom and gloomers that's like, oh, it looks terrible. Like, I don't think it looks terrible. I just think like the trailer gave us basically nothing to work with. I think as a trailer to announce a game, it was a bad trailer. I just think it wasn't particularly good. Didn't tell us like anything really. Like, I just don't think it was a great trailer. But historically, Naughty Dog gets better trailers as time goes on. I just want to see gameplay. I want to see what the game actually is. It's a new IP. We literally have no idea.
It would appear that this isn't the only iron Naughty Dog has in the fire, though.
I also think it's really funny that this game came out and people thought that it was I remember watching the live chat when they were revealing this, and there were people asking if this was like a story or a campaign for Concord. Because it has the same sort of like Guardians of the Galaxy, what is it, 80s retro punk flair. Like, people thought, oh, is this the story mode for Concord? And then it's like, nope. That would have been funny though. But I don't know why. Like, all of a sudden they have all of these games that are kind of reminiscent of each other. It's probably honestly because they watch Guardians of the Galaxy, eat that up, and are like, okay, let's do that. And then it takes 7 years to get a game out the door. So by the time you see it, it's like outdated. But anyway.
Druckmann teasing that the studio has a second unannounced game in development. Could this be The Last of Us Part 3? Uncharted 5? Something completely different? Let us know what you think in the comments.
Yeah, my prediction is that they are working on an Uncharted game. I think it's going to be with Nathan Drake's daughter. I think it's what we saw in that PlayStation commercial that we looked at on stream on Monday. We just did a segment on it. If you've not seen that stream clip, you should check it out. But I think that's what it is. It's probably smaller. It's probably more like Lost Legacy size. But yeah, I think that's what they're doing. I think we're going to get that. That's my prediction. Some people think it's just going to be like an Uncharted 3 remake or remake of the original trilogy or something. Maybe. I think it's going to be something new. That's my guess.
What's next?
Oh.
Santa Monica Studio released God of War Ragnarok to huge success in late 2022, and followed it up with the surprisingly lengthy free Valhalla DLC in December 2023. What's next for the studio remains a mystery, although we do know Cory Barlog, who led development on 2018's God of War, moved on to helm a new project in 2021 after leaving Eric Williams to fill Ragnarok's director seat. Little to nothing is known about that new project, but given it has been in development for a number of years already, it wouldn't be beyond unreasonable to expect to see it revealed this year.
And specifically, people familiar with the project keep saying that it is going quite well. I forget who reported on that. There was some reporter who was like, yeah, I spoke to people working on the project and they said it's going really well, which is kind of refreshing to hear. Like, nowadays, you know, you expect you hear gaming news or something and it's like, yep, no, a bear broke into the office and killed everybody. And then like it flooded and then, you know, we all got gonorrhea at the same time. Like, you're just ready for something to be terrible and miserable across the board. So when you hear somebody be like, no, it's going well. It's really nice, honestly. It's quite nice. Schreier said they're working on a known IP, but not God of War. Ooh, you should send me. Is that in his Blue Sky or something? I feel like I need to get a Blue Sky account just to follow some of these like gaming journalist guys because they all deleted their X accounts and are only on Blue Sky. I feel like I need to follow that. If you have a link to that, you should send it to me on the Discord or something so we can see it. Reset era? Oh, when he was talking on Reset era? Okay. It's confusing. Is there an app to like mirror Blue Sky accounts and send you like a timeline of that? Or do I have to make an account? I don't know. I don't want another social media account, you know? What are we doing? Emil Pagliarulo deleted his X account and moved over to Blue Sky. And he used to say a lot of really funny things about video game creation that people gave him so much crap for that he deleted his account. And I miss it. I miss it, dude. I miss it.
As for a new God of War game, well, we likely can't expect that as quickly. Despite the gap between Ragnarok and its predecessor being only 4 years, the end of Kratos' Norse saga signals a new direction for the series, which naturally means it will require a lot more work from the ground up. We can hope, of course, but don't expect to see everyone's favourite angry dad anytime soon. That said, we wouldn't say no to a remake of the original trilogy.
I mean, I would take it. I'd take it. But I also think if it's a remake of the original trilogy, it would be a remake like probably in the same style and combat style as the new games. So it'd be totally, totally different. But I also think like there's a lot of things about the new game or about the old games that I'm not sure you could do nowadays. Like, you know, the Kratos mini game in the bedroom, you know the one I'm talking about. I'm not sure if modern Sony would do that, you know, but it'd be interesting to see. Who knows?
Insomniac is arguably Sony's most prolific studio, having released either a Spider-Man or Ratchet & Clank game every couple of years for almost a decade now.
Yeah, dude.
Its most recent launch was in 2023 with the hugely successful Marvel Spider-Man 2, and so, based on pattern, you'd be forgiven for expecting a new Insomniac game in 2025. But in a worrying sign of the fragile state of the games industry, even a game of Spider-Man 2's magnitude couldn't prevent layoffs from occurring last year. That capped off what turned out to be a doubly damaging couple of months for the developer, following a huge data breach and subsequent theft. The data theft revealed that the studio's highly anticipated Wolverine game is not expected until 2026 at the earliest, but also that a Venom game may arrive before it. Either way, it's highly unlikely Insomniac will be springing any surprise games this year, and after all the studio has gone through recently, I think it's fair to allow it as much of a break as anyone.
Yeah, I mean, they are able to pump these games out so freaking fast. It's honestly unbelievable. It's like actually crazy. But yeah, they've just pumped through them like it's nothing. You're asking, was Spider-Man 2 successful? It sold very well. The problem was never whether Spider-Man 2 would sell well. The problem was that it was so freaking expensive to make that even though it sold really, really well, it didn't make as much money as you would think. You know, like most games, if they hit 8 million copies sold, you're like, wow, you guys made a crap ton of money. And they're like, oh, well, it cost us so much to make, we made a little bit of money, or even a good chunk of money, but we didn't make an ocean of money. You know, it's like our expenses were crazy high. It cost $300 million to make, dude. Like marketing, I think it is even more than that, because I don't think that 300 million number counted marketing. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the long-term, you know, trail of revenue was, but yeah, it was very expensive, which I think is why some people assume that it wasn't as successful as some of the predecessors. But I would tell you what, like, it's still definitely a game you want to put out. You know, it still made a lot of money. It's just, it was so expensive, it kind of blew people's minds. They're like, wait, it was 15, 20 hours long and it cost $300 million to make? What? But that's the nature of the beast, dude. That's the nature of the beast, you know?
Almost there.
The mouse made money. Oh yeah, I think they get, I forget the exact numbers, but they make like 30% or something, 30% or something on every copy sold. Like, yeah, the mouse was making money. The mouse was doing okay.
How you holding up?
Miles? Principal Evans called.
Man, am I getting expelled?
Sucker Punch! I wonder what they're working
is
on.
Following up 2020's Ghost of Tsushima with Ghost of Yotei, scheduled for an October 2nd, 2025 release. As showcased in a recent State of Play stream, the standalone sequel takes us to Hokkaido on a revenge quest to deal with the Yotei 6, the murderers of protagonist Atsu's family. With a non-linear quest structure and more varied arsenal, it's looking set to be a true evolution of Tsushima's open world foundations.
Oh baby. I like how they're just like, yep, that's it. It's because got everything you need to know. Yay, AC Shadows. How dare you? Yeah, I'm excited for Ghost of Yote. It's going to be interesting. Bring it on. Gorilla, it's time. I did check with Jor if he wanted to do the podcast today. He's on holiday. He's on a holiday once more, so he can't join us today. But soon he will be back, and we will talk about Horizon. You better believe it. Yeah, spoiler, Horizon, and Horizon 2.
Gorilla followed up 2022's Horizon Forbidden West with the Burning Shores DLC 1 year later, as it continued to build out Aloy's story. With the West Coast set sequel ending on a cliffhanger, it's not a stretch to expect the Amsterdam-based studio to be working on the third part of the trilogy next. We wouldn't expect any news on that one soon, however. The development time between Zero Dawn and Forbidden West was 5 years, so we're likely a little while away from seeing Aloy and her metal dinosaur friends again. What were reportedly more like...
What you are seeing now is another masterclass in IGN nonsense. Enhance. What are we doing? I love the detail in blob, this blob. Look at the detail in that. You also notice how blown out the sand is? Not in the fun way either. I'm pretty sure this is because they're recording with HDR turned on, but they don't know what they're doing. So it converts it to SDR. And when it does that, it crunches the highlights down. And if you don't adjust the color scale properly, then it actually just blows out all of the whites. And sometimes the opposite can happen, and the blacks will also get blown out, which is also what's happening over here, where all the detail in the reeds is also lost because they've also done that. Like, again, I'm a dude in a basement right now, okay? I'm in my basement talking about video games. I don't have 19 million subs. How am I able to do better than this? I shouldn't be able to, man. I should look at this and they should put me to shame. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing, fam? And this is beside the point of, like, it being compressed out the ass. Like, the trees should not look like they were drawn onto the screen with crayon. Like, what is happening, dude? They never cease to amaze me. Gotta love IGN.
Likely to see first is a live service Horizon game that's currently in the works, starring a new cast of characters and a unique stylized look.
It is unique. Oh, it's gonna be a unique reaction. I'll tell you what. Yeah, I mean, dude, people are not ready for it. Like, that's the thing that I just want to brace people for, is that it is early. I mean, the footage that leaked was from a dev build in June of 2020. Okay, June of 2020. Things could have changed a lot since then, but typically the broad strokes are consistent. And the other piece is that this leaked years after that dev build. Okay, what I'm about to show you. So by the time the public saw it and reacted really negatively to it, it was well after that point, probably past the point of no return. So unless they independently chose to redo it and rework it, I just don't see this being different, okay? Like, this is the vision for the new Horizon series. Like, I think if you are interested in Horizon for the like art vibe, I think this is like an active turnoff, you know? It's Sea of Thieves. Yeah, it looks like Sea of Thieves meets Fortnite meets Saints Row reboot. And I think it's like, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but I think people who like people who like the vibe of Horizon are not going to respond well to that. Yeah, it looks derivative. Don't like the change in art style. I know this is really, really, really early build, but I doubt they changed the art direction in the meantime. It just looks like Fortnite and Horizon's world. Indifferent in terms of the change. Really going after the Fortnite crowd, huh? Aroused and disappointed. Huh. Yeah, they've said stylized is what they've said repeatedly. Now all those hires of stylized artists who had art portfolios that look kind of like Overwatch makes sense. Yep. Yeah, it looks more cartoony, indeed. Thank God they didn't stick with that mobile-ass art style for the characters. I think they did. But we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe they'll drop the trailer soon and we'll be blown away.
$9.99 through
Maybe.
Super Chat. That's the new vision for Horizon? Are you sure we can't have Killzone?
No, you're going to get this and you're going to like it. No Killzone for you. No, this is what we get. I just, like, again, I think if you look at this and this is the kind of vibe you like in Horizon, I think that this, people who like this, what you see on screen, are going to see the trailer for the Horizon multiplayer game and be like, what the hell is this shit? Like, I think it's not going to go over too well. Maybe the Fortnite crowd loves it, you know? I don't know. Obviously, I think they had to change the art style a little bit because this was balanced and built for single player. When you go co-op, when you go multiplayer, you can't have this level of graphical fidelity. It just doesn't work. It's why every multiplayer game has to tone it down because you're trying to do a lot more stuff in the background besides just the single player component. But I just, yeah, man, it's if they come out and they lead this off with like with a trailer where they show you know, I don't even know, the chef is like named Big Mama and she's stirring the pot. It's like, howdy, would you like some Horizon stew? And they pass it and like, I gotta go make
Jack
a payment on my
donated
student
$10
loans.
through Super Chat.
It's gonna go over bad,
Are we
dude.
absolutely sure this isn't another 10-cent ripoff?
This is why they're suing Tencent, because they're worried Tencent's game is going to cannibalize too much of this. Because again, this game they've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on, reportedly. So they can't afford this to be a flop. Like, they need this to do well.
Kane donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you, guys.
OMG, that's the new Horizon? I swear I popped in and thought you were looking at that Horizon ripoff, lol, how disappointing. Let's drop Horizon fans and get that Fortnite money.
Yeah, I think it's just, I mean, it starts to make sense why Herman might have thought that this was going to do well. It's like, hey, Fortnite has a similar style. Sea of Thieves has a similar style. Let's meld them together and put it in Horizon. Everybody loves Horizon, so it'll be a Star Wars level success, right? I like, there's just, that's the level of complexity we're dealing with, it seems. You know, it's just baffling. But, yeah, I really think this trailer also, the announcement trailer, is going to be crucial. Because again, if they lead this in with like the quirky, funny dialogue, trying to be so witty, and then people see those character designs, I swear to God, we will have another Concord on our hands. The immediate meltdown and mockery that will ensue will destroy any chance the game has of success. If I were consulting them, they don't even have to pay me for this advice, okay? Like, I've consulted on games where I've told the studio, like, do not market it this way. And like, you don't think that'd be funny? I was like, so you're thinking about doing that? It's like, no, stop it. It's literally happened. But they don't even have to pay me for this advice, okay? If you try to go quirky, silly, funny, you will be mocked. You will be teased. Okay. The art style starts people off already on a bad foot. You know, people will see it and be like, I'm not so sure, guys. This is a little too Fortnite-y for me. And if it leads in immediately with like, you know, hi, I'm Aloy McStuffins, and I'm going to go submit my student loan payment. Boop. That's why I got to hunt dinosaurs, because hunting dinosaurs is a tough job, but it's what I can do. I can see the highlight reels now. Streamers react to disastrous Horizon announcement. I can see it now. People will lose their minds. It will be very funny. And I'm telling you, I will probably make a lot of money off of how terrible it is. Way more than they will. Because technically, you know, if they lose money, I just have to make $1 and I technically made more than they did. But I would like more good games. I don't want them to do that, because that also means a lot of people will lose their jobs and it'll be a disaster. So please, be self-aware. Be aware of what the public will say. And don't do the thing that we all are expecting you to do. Okay? Like, Jesus Christ. It would be, oh man. Again, I hope they don't screw it up. But I'm so braced for this to be a dumpster fire if they frame it poorly. Because I don't know. I've lost all confidence in their marketing teams. Like, they thought they marketed Concord well, and that, like, those people are the ones that are going to be marketing this. That's the thing to remember, is the same corporate marketing team behind Concord less than a year ago will be in charge of this one. So, you know, I don't think they downsized that department that much, you know. Oh, how have I been surviving the end of the world? By working with my friends, kicking ass and taking names, wearing cool outfits, showing the cosmetics, and even emoting when appropriate. You can see it, can't you? You can see it in your mind's eye. That's why you're saying lol stop, because you know that is a little on the nose. It's like too real. Oh my God. Anyway, we'll stop beating the dead Horizon at this point. We'll stop. We'll stop. In your what? Yeah, your mind's eye. But let's continue on. We know Horizon is being worked on at Guerrilla in the live service, and the NCSoft game is also in production as well.
Perhaps this is something we can hope to see more of sooner rather than later, although this year maybe.
Dude, it's so washed out. What are we doing? This is blown out. This is blown out. This is blown out. All of this is blown out. IGN. What are we doing? You have tens upon tens of millions of dollars in funding. You have literally no excuse. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I swear to God, like a 12-year-old could render videos more competently. What are we doing? Chat, what are we doing? Chat, what is this? Chat, is this real? This is, hold on, let me do it this way. Oop. This is what their videos look like, okay? Let me see if I can even do this with the OBS commands. I don't know if it'll even let me. I don't know. I literally don't know if I can screw up my video as bad as their video is screwed up. I don't think I can. It'd be funny if I could. No, I literally, I cannot screw up my video, my own face cam, as bad as their footage is screwed up. Even trying, I can't do it this wrong. It's unbelievable. Continuing.
be a stretch, with Sony perhaps reassessing their live service future following the failure of Concord and the troubles facing Marathon.
Oh my god, I just had flashbacks to how slow all the tank archetypes walked in Concord. Dude, they walked so slowly. This is the sprint speed. Just watch it again. Watch Green Bubble Girl, watch her walk.
Their live service future following the failure of Concord and the troubles.
That's the full sprint speed. It was infuriating. You couldn't go anywhere. It was ridiculous.
Facing Marathon.
Housemarque.
Finnish developer Housemarque is following up 2021's Returnal with Saros, another sci-fi action game. Starring Rahul Kohli as Arjun Devraj, players will be taken to a lost off-world colony on the planet Carcosa in order to investigate its mysteries. An evolution of Returnal's roguelike rhythm, it's set to deliver Housemarque's trademark challenging shooter combat when it arrives on PS5 sometime in 2026.
Yeah, buddy.
Now, there are a number of PS5 console exclusives on the way that aren't from first-party PlayStation studios. Those include Bungie's Marathon, which has faced a turbulent few months this year due to...
Do they not count it as that? I guess it's independent. It's also not exclusive.
Now, there are...
PlayStation 5 exclusives from non-PlayStation Studios developers. It's also not exclusive, though. What do they mean?
Now, there are a number of PS5 console exclusives on the way that aren't from first-party PlayStation studios. Those include Bungie's Marathon, which has faced a turbulent few months this year due to development controversies surrounding allegedly plagiarized artwork and a less than warm reception to its closed alpha. As a result, the online shooter, once scheduled for a late 2025 launch, has been delayed indefinitely. One exclusive coming out very soon.
They just move on. Yeah, it's too bad because, you know, Bungie is a titan of the industry, legends, as it were, but the game is not ready for late 2025. Even before all the art stuff came out, like, all of us who played the alpha were saying, guys, like, it's just not ready. Like, even before all that stuff, set aside the art stuff, just in terms of gameplay, it was not ready. It just wasn't. Like, it had 3 maps that were pretty small. We only got to see 2. They said a 4th map would come in the months after launch. And they said the 2 things that were revolutionary about the game were the ranked mode and that 4th map. They couldn't show us the ranked map because they didn't want to spoil anything, and it came after launch. And the ranked mode, they said they hadn't built yet. Now, I feel like it's weird to say what's revolutionary about your game. This. What? There's nothing back there. No, it's gonna be back there. It's just not there yet. Well, then you can't claim it's revolutionary. If it's not there yet, you don't get to say it's like Luke, what's the coolest thing in your studio? That. The floor? No, the thing that's gonna be there in like 6 months. It's not there yet. That's not how that works, Luke. Like, I'm asking what's in the studio, like in this thing that you've built, what is the coolest thing? Yeah, the thing that's gonna be there. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's not how it works. You know, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, the Romeo P stain. Oh, Romeo. It just doesn't work. It just needs more time. I get the vibe that they definitely are being rushed, but anyway.
Soon, however, is Lost Soul Aside from Chinese studio Altizero Games. Hitting PS5s on August 29th, its development began way back in 2014, starting life as a solo development project before broadening out into a team effort. An action game inspired by classics of the genre such as Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, it certainly caught the eye in its most recent trailer. And then we have Phantom Blade Zero, another PS5 console exclusive that we'll highlight here. A semi-open world samurai bloodfest with Souls-like elements, it certainly doesn't look to be lacking in style.
I have played Phantom Blade Zero a decent chunk. And I can't go into detail on all of it, but I will say that it is a very impressive game. Like, and it's evolved as well. So what I played last year was pretty damn good, but maybe needed like a little bit of polish. This year, what's been shown off at S Game this year, what they have is like significantly more polished, significantly sharper, runs flawlessly from everything we've seen. The combat is super tight. The animations are ridiculous. There's a ton of different variability. So for example, in this fight, oh my God, it's so compressed. It's driving me crazy. I have because we're going to look at this later. So I'll pull this up in a separate tab. But this footage, you can see a little bit better. But they have all sorts of different weapons as well. Some weapons work better for different types of enemies. Some might allow you to juggle certain combos better. Some might break poise or basically their defense faster. Others might have more stun and interrupt their attacks. There's a ton of complexity here. And it's also like, it works more like a traditional action game than it does, you know, like a Soulsborne. I think people see this footage and they think it's going to play like a Soulsborne adjacent game, you know, basic R1, R2, and then L1 to parry. That is not at all what the game is. Like, it does not play like that at all. Not in a bad way, just very, very differently. They also have added a new crushing, like lethal, I think is what they call it, difficulty mode, which is absolutely outrageous. And extremely challenging and requires like perfection. It's very cool. So this is one I'm very excited for. This is one to keep an eye on. I'm telling you what, it's gonna be really cool. It's genuinely very, very impressive. So keep an eye on Phantom Blade for sure. That's that could be a surprise pop off. It's really, really good. Really, really good. Yeah, the reason we bring up the Souls-like thing is because it's a very common thing that's brought up in the comments. I know some people who are familiar with Phantom Blade Zero, like, yeah, it's not a Soulsborne. Like, why do people keep saying that? The devs have to keep saying it because so many people think it is. Like, when I talk to the devs, like even last year and then even this year when I've talked to them, they're like, yeah, just, I mean, it's not a Souls-like. Just, you know, remember that when you play. I was like, I know, it's not. But a lot of people apparently on forums, a lot of people on their social media are asking if it plays like that, and it doesn't. So just trying to be very clear. Action equals Soulsborne to people these days. Yeah, I think so. I think people see swords and they're like, oh, so Soulsborne.
Exclusive that we'll highlight here. A semi-open world samurai bloodfest with Souls-like elements. It certainly doesn't look to be
Souls-like elements. This is part of the reason the confusion exists, but I think maybe he means in terms of difficulty, like it's hard. It's too bad that people think hard game, therefore Souls-like. It's like, there's a lot more to it than that, but
lacking in style. We can hope to see more of it later this year, but with no release date set as of yet, we won't expect to be playing it anytime soon.
Haven.
Originally due for release this year, Haven Studios' multiplayer shooter Fair Games is now expected in the spring of 2026. It's not been smooth sailing for another of Sony's planned live service offerings, with Jade Raymond, who only founded the studio in 2021, leaving the project earlier this year. Work is still ongoing on the online heist game though, with little to nothing seen of it since the 2023 cinematic trailer reveal. We're left waiting to see what its gameplay actually looks like.
Specifically what happened, if I recall the reporting correctly, was there were reports that there was a play test that happened and that the feedback from the play test was not very good. And in the days that followed that feedback, Jade Raymond left the studio. And Jade had founded it and was working on the game from the beginning. And I mean, it doesn't take a genius to put two and two together that it's not a good sign when there's a play test, people are finally playing your game, the feedback comes back, and the founder, the head honcho, is booted out. And some of the verbiage was weird because PlayStation said we informed staff, or the reporting said PlayStation leadership informed staff of Jade's departure, or it was like Haven leadership informed staff of Haven, or of Jade's departure from Haven at the, on Friday morning or Monday morning or something. Which you'd think if she was like stepping down or retiring or moving to a different job, she would just have given notice and told people, hey, I'm going to leave in a week or two. Hearing that like Monday morning came around and she was just not in the building, that sounds like a firing, like that doesn't sound like we just decided to go our separate ways. That doesn't sound super friendly. Am I wrong? Am I weird? Like, it doesn't sound fun. Anytime I've ever worked somewhere where somebody's leaving, they always like give a notice and then you have some time to like get, hell, even at my gym, one of the trainers is leaving on Friday. And for like a week and a half, she's been telling people I'm headed out. Like, come to my last class and, we can train together before I leave and all that. I get the vibe that she probably was booted out. I gotta ask, what does Jade Raymond actually do? Genuinely want to know. Jade, I mean, at this point, I think her role was as a studio leader in an executive producer role, most likely. I don't think she was the game director or anything, but she was in charge of like keeping the overall vision consistent. She was in charge of like the budgets, the timeline. She's in charge of like the business side of all of it. An important person in the pipeline for sure. Very, very high up. But also when you're that high up and you're one of the executives, it means the decisions to go in certain directions land on your shoulders. So if the feedback from that playtest, for example, if the feedback was something like, to the extent of maybe I'm trying to think what you could even say. Maybe the feedback came back and they were like, yeah, I just found it really cringy. I really hated a lot of the characters. I don't like the gameplay. Like, they just have nothing nice to say. And all of those decisions, like the vibe, the gameplay archetype and systems, all of that really goes back to Jade, who thought that all was a good idea. It's on her shoulders. It's her fault. Now, I don't know what firing her like fixes. I don't know what solution that offers. Maybe it's like dysfunctional. Maybe I don't know. But I don't see what that fixes. I don't. But maybe it's also that she just got a big fat check when the studio was founded and co-founded with Sony, and she just decided, okay, this is not going to go well. I'm out. And she just quit out of nowhere. Who knows? Maybe she just, honestly, if I had worked on something for 5 years, we finally show it to the world after initially, a lot of work. It's received overwhelmingly negative in the case of this cinematic trailer. And then like, okay, we're going to work on it for a year or two. They work on it and then they do a play test to show it to players, like this will convince them. And that comes back negative. At that point, I might go, I am having a mental breakdown. I'm losing my mind and I might just leave. Like, who knows? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just genuinely depressing. And it's like, I can't do this. You never know. I wouldn't blame anybody for that. If you got to protect your mental health by stepping away, that's what you got to do. I'd respect it.
Bend has been pretty much quiet since the release of Days Gone way back in 2019, aside from giving us a remaster a couple of months back. But in 2022, a few slivers of detail were revealed about what the Oregon studio was currently working on. It shared that its new game will build upon the open world systems of Days Gone, but won't be announced until the time is right. Apart from knowing it won't be a continuation of Deacon St. John's story, we really know nothing. And it's been a rocky year for the developer so far, with reports that a live service game it had been working on had been scrapped by Sony, as well as layoffs impacting 30% of the team as it transitions to its next project. Whether this new game the reduced headcount is working on has anything to do with those details revealed 3 years ago, or if the studio is starting again from scratch is unknown.
My understanding, and I think the common understanding, is that what was said 3 years ago was that the game they were working on, which ended up being the live service game, was building on the open world stuff of Days Gone. That live service game has been canceled and shut down, and they also fired a third of the studio that was no longer needed, because if you're not gonna, like, if you hired a bunch of people that specialize in like networking code or something, you don't need them anymore. Or if all of your art department is tied to like an Overwatch mixed with anime style of artwork, be like, hey, our new game is going to be grounded photorealism, probably need a new art department, you know? So there's stuff like that that happens. But my understanding is that that project that they had previously discussed and that was mentioned is gone now, and they're starting over on something else. That's my understanding.
Either way, we wouldn't expect to hear anything soon. Media Molecule spent most of the past decade working on Dreams, the game creation and curation project that was released in 2020. But as a result of significant layoffs at the studio in 2024, live service for the game has now ended, with MM's current aim being to ensure Dreams transitions into a self-sustaining platform. There has since been no news on what the developer's next project will be. Team Asobi gave us one of 2024's biggest games with the charmingly creative...
Not biggest. I think it only sold 1 million copies, but I get what you mean. It was like it was well beloved by journalists and industry guys. I thought it was good. I'm just not huge into platformers, so I'm like, yeah, it's good. But 2 million? I think last I saw it was like through 2024, it was like 1.2, 1.3 or something. But yeah, it might be 2 million now. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game. I don't know if I call it the biggest game or one of the biggest, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Platformer
I'm being pedantic.
An ode to PlayStation history, it won many awards and cemented itself as one of the PS5's very best offerings. Since then, the Japanese studio has continued to support it with regular updates and levels as recently as this summer. But what next? Well, we wouldn't be surprised to see another Astro game on the way, given the critical and commercial success of last year's hit. There's certainly no shortage of obscure PlayStation characters left to sprinkle through more of those colourful levels.
I want something new from them. I want something different. Like, even Astrobot felt like, you know, I don't know. It was very familiar if you played the included demo that came with the PS5. Like, it felt very familiar because it was just more of that, just ramped up. So I'd like something totally fresh. I think if they did another one, I'd be like totally burnt out on it, but who knows? We'll see. Blue Point.
Following the success of both the Shadow of the Colossus and Demon's Souls remakes, Sony acquired Bluepoint Games as a first-party studio in 2021. We don't know what its first project since joining the PlayStation Studios family is though, but we do know that the developer has expressed its desire to create an original game, rather than reimagining another classic. Perhaps we could see a reveal soon, but seeing as Sony confirmed that a live service game, which was reportedly set in the God of War universe, was cancelled at the studio earlier this year, it seems unlikely.
Again, I cannot imagine how moronic we must be to say we have the industry leading re-envisioning studio. Like, you can give them pretty much anything and they will reimagine it for modern audiences in a way that connects with people, is graphically stunning, amazingly well executed, whether it's Shadow of the Colossus or Demon's Souls, whatever. You're like, okay, let's have them work on a God of War extraction shooter. Like, it's so insane to me. You're like, live service game with God of War. Yeah, why not? It's so unbelievably dumb. I cannot fathom it. It makes me wonder if there's, again, like a big piece of it we're missing. Maybe it's like, oh, that God of War live service game was going to be like a small mobile game and it was being run by 5 people and they shut that down. But the real game they're working on is like Bloodborne remake or something. I don't know. I just, it's such a bungling of that talent. It seems insane to me to just have them working on something that dumb, but Jim Ryan, folks. Jim Ryan. Wow, a dev making their games self-sustainable by the players. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine that. I hope they do and pull that off. That'd be super cool.
Polyphony has been making Gran Turismo for 25 years now, so it would certainly be a shock to see it veer from that path in the near future. GT7 came out around 3.5 years ago now, meaning maybe the time is approaching for the reveal of the studio's next racing sim. Similarly, San Diego is well established as the MLB The Show studio. This year's entry only dropped in March, so we can expect to see another next spring if history is anything to go by.
Fire Sprite.
Fire Sprite most recently developed Horizon Call of the Mountain for PSVR 2, following the studio's newfound focus on VR games. What's next is anyone's guess, however. A new virtual reality game would be the educated guess, but given Sony's lack of commitment to creating games for its second generation headset, it certainly wouldn't be a surprise to see the UK studio pivot to something more traditional. Recent reports discussing layoffs and unrest at the developer suggested that Fire Sprite was working on a live service Twisted Metal game, which has since been cancelled. It's currently believed that the studio is now working on a new game called Project Heartbreak. Details are thin on what this is though, and so we have no idea of when we can expect to see it.
It's a lot of that at PlayStation. A lot of layoffs, a lot of stuff. That's just how it is.
Formed earlier this year as part of PlayStation Studios, Team LFG was spun out of Bungie to create a new team-based action game that draws inspiration from fighting games, platformers, MOBAs, life sims, and frog-type games. As to what a frog-type game is, your guess is as good as ours, but the project has been described as letting players inhabit a light-hearted, comedic world set in a brand new mythic science fantasy universe.
Of course. Just take that in again. Take that in again.
Guess is as good as ours, but the project has been described as letting
ready?
Players inhabit a light-hearted, comedic world set in a brand new mythic science fantasy universe.
Light-hearted, comedic, mythic science universe world. Dude, I hope it's good. But I swear to God, sometimes I hear these pitches and I'm like, are they trying to just do the same things over and over and over again? Like, it literally is the definition of insanity. It really is baffling to me. It really is. But I hope that, they're onto something. I hope they're onto something. But again, the other piece to remember is if we currently feel kind of on this right now, we don't see it for like 5 years, 6 years. So in the middle of next generation or early next gen, how will that be received? That's where you get tricky. I don't know. Maybe by this early next generation, maybe people are going to be craving like more casual, lighthearted fun and like silly, wacky, quirky characters. Maybe that'll be big at that point. Maybe. I don't know if I'd bet hundreds of millions of dollars on it, but maybe they're way ahead of us. Maybe they know something we don't.
So we aren't expecting to hear more anytime soon. Another new PlayStation studio for 2025, Dark Outlaw Games, is led by Call of Duty veteran Jason Blundell. Very little else is known about this team or what they're working on though. And that is everything we know about upcoming first-party PlayStation games. And the truth is, very few release dates look to be coming up quickly. Of course, this can and will likely change soon. And with GTA 6 looming on the horizon in 2026, it does make sense that many publishers are waiting for Rockstar to unleash their powerhouse before they make their own moves. That said, it doesn't prevent 2025 from still looking relatively empty when it comes to PS5 exclusives. Let's hope that the outlook will look a lot brighter soon, not only for players waiting for new games to play, but for the developers who work so hard to deliver them to us. For more on PlayStation, check out our review of Death Stranding 2 and our most recent video on Ghost of Yotei.
Dude, hearing the recaps, there's like a couple bright spots, like Naughty Dog's working on something secret and fun. Santa Monica's working on something secret and fun. Insomniac probably has something cool up their sleeves. But hearing all these other studios, it's like, yep, canceled, delayed, canceled. rebooted as a live service. It gets so frustrating and disappointing and depressing, you know. I don't know, man. I don't know. But this is why, you know, we all joke that like executives don't do anything at the company. We all joke about that because it's like, oh, they sit in their office all day and do nothing but get paid hundreds of millions of dollars. But you can see what happens when you have a bad executive, you know? Like you can see what happens when you have a Jim Ryan who is committed to nonsense for 5-6 years and he just totally craps the bed, in my opinion, and takes the company in the totally wrong direction. So, you know, maybe, I don't know if it's that it's better to have an incompetent leader versus like a leader that is intentionally doing something that is bad. Like that's obviously worse. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's crazy. It really is crazy. But that's what PlayStation's working on right now. That's what they're working on right now. I personally don't think we'll see too much stuff blowing our minds before the end of the year. I think, you know, next year we should have a couple things. Saros, we probably have at least one of the Horizon live service games coming out next year. And I think we also will have Marathon early next year as well. I think Fair Games will either get canceled or it'll release next year. I don't think they're going to drag that on too much longer. So I think next year they'll start to really, you know, pump some stuff out. Wolverine, I think, is probably still like 2 years away. I think that doesn't come out till at least 2026, 2027, something like that. Yeah. Yote, I mean, that goes without saying. I think that'll be good, but I think, you know, that's already known. I think my main point is I don't think we have any huge surprises. There were rumors, of course, of the God of War spin-off game still coming out this year. Now it sounds like it's like a 2.5D sort of Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown like game going through Kratos's early years. So there's rumors of that, but that sounds like it might also have been pushed to next year. It's tricky. It's tricky to figure out exactly what it is, but yeah, Yote I think will be good. It's just, I think that's the only thing they really have, but it'll be good. Be big. Girthy, dare I say. Throbbing, maybe, possibly. Let's see this. First Real Avenger, by the way. Thank you for the membership. Thank you. Glad to have you. Pulsating? Yeah. Hell yeah. That's what's up.
That's most definitely what's up.
It's sad because they have bad decisions and we have to live with the consequences. Wait, do I have that still? Which soundbite is it?
I am never going to financially recover from this.
Not that one. Is it this?
But something's wrong with the game.
No. This one?
Shout out to the chess club. We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
Time to play the game.
Death to all of them.
Live with the consequences.
Live with the consequences. I found it. It took a minute. Hold on.
You chose to broke the law. Live with the consequences.
Oh. You chose to make a live service game.
Live with the consequences.
Live with the consequences. You heard it here first. Okay. Let's do, I want to talk about, this was funny. Billy Mitchell. Thanks, Carl. Just landed in South Korea today and enjoyed this Michelin-starred meal. Can't wait to blow your money on fine dining experiences. Oh my God, dude. That's just freaking funny. Can't wait to blow more of your money on this. Oh my God. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. Did he win the lawsuit? Yeah. The lawsuit thing was just so crazy because everybody, and I mean, again, I think everybody except Carl thought that lawsuit was filed against him by Billy Mitchell because of the claims that Carl made that Billy was like a cheater in video games, because he would always say, and speaking of cheating in games, I need to raise money for my lawsuit against Billy Mitchell, who is suing me after my videos outing him as a cheater. And it's like, okay, technically that's all true. He sued you after you made those videos, but he sued you because you said that he caused Apollo Legend to commit suicide, which that is an insane thing to say. Like that is not okay. Like, and the fact that you didn't communicate clearly to everybody that that's what the lawsuit was actually about, that makes me think you knew that like people would not be on your side and you were trying to cover it up. And he says, well, I just didn't want to talk about my lawsuit publicly. So, okay, but you did a lot to raise money. Like, the whole thing was insane. The whole thing was insane. Carl lost it as the lawsuit was because he said that he caused the death, and I watched that video, so I found this. I mean, yeah, I was like tangentially aware of it, and then when Billy Mitchell won the lawsuit and people heard the judge describing what the lawsuit was actually about, people were like, oh yeah, no, like you can't say that. Like, what? It was really bad. You know, and I mean, it's a totally separate issue. I think at the end of the day, did Billy Mitchell cheat in video games? As far as I'm aware, I think that the evidence is clear that like the Twin Galaxy stuff was extremely suspicious and shady, and probably there was a lot of fraud involved in the high scores and stuff. But that is not what the lawsuit was about. The lawsuit was because Carl said that Billy caused somebody to take their own life. And yeah, you can't say that. You just don't get to say that, even in an internet beef or whatever. You just don't get to say that. Like, that's so messed up. So, I'm glad he's getting to eat lots of food. You know, he kind of had it coming.
Obsidian Bloodline Forever donated $20 through Super Chat. Been watching your content for some time. Peace from VA. Haven't seen any footage from Hellblade devs running on PS5 Pro releasing right on my birthday. Tears of joy. Emo Wolverine devs are...
In my opinion, Wolverine devs are working on targeting 2026 when PS5 Pro gets graphics boost. I could see that. I think 2026 would be a good time for it. It's just, you also have to remember that I think Sony wants to have a fall AAA single player release and a spring one, and they want to have a fall live service game and a spring live service game. I think that's their goal, is to basically have 2 in each season. And I think next spring is probably Marathon, and maybe the God of War spin-off game. Maybe Saros. Maybe that's like May, maybe. And then I think they probably have the Horizon Online game slated for late next like fall, and potentially they throw Fair Games in there too, but I think the Horizon Online game is in there. And then, you know, maybe we get Wolverine late next year as well. I think that could make sense. Yeah. But yeah, I think timeline wise that's about right. I think you're about on it. Thank you for the 20 again. Very generous. My goodness. Diversus Connor. Sorry, I know you've explained it a million times, but where do I buy channel memberships in the Discord? Yeah, ! join will pop up a link, and then when you pull open the Discord or your Discord server, there's this gear button right here. You click on the gear button, and it will pull open settings. And when you go to settings, there will be a like connections tab, and when you have the connections tab open, it will allow you to connect your YouTube account to Discord, and then it should just give you an auto invite to the server, and then you're in. You know, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I also find it really funny, he brought his own hot sauce to the restaurant, and like he's gone through a lot of it. So he's a believer. Imagine going to a Michelin star restaurant in South Korea and you bring your own bottle of Billy Mitchell hot sauce. Like, I respect it, dude. He's got it. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that popped up on my feed. I thought it was freaking funny as hell. Blondie, welcome. Glad to have you. Any updates on Kingmaker? I don't think since the summer, no. I don't think so. Okay. Do you think Insomniac internally delayed Wolverine due to the leaks? I mean, whether it was due to the leaks or due to something else, I don't know. But I think it has been pushed back a little bit, it seems. But a lot of games get delayed internally for all sorts of reasons. It could just be that they were like, oh, we thought we could get this polished up by this date. We need another month or two. We got to delay it. Like, you just never know. I heard some people saying that they thought that Wolverine was totally canceled because of the leaks, and that never made any sense to me. I was like, why would they cancel it? I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand that. But ooh, this is interesting. Okay, new segment, little segment. Brrrah. Yeah, GTA 6 was leaked too. You think they're canceling GTA 6? Like, yeah, I think that GTA 6 leak was more comprehensive than what happened with Insomniac, at least in terms of game footage. Insomniac leak had a lot of business documents with it, which was the big problem. Like, it wasn't just the game that leaked. It was also like slides and presentations and internal documents and stuff that was really bad. But anyway, look at this. News of it. So my primary concern for Mafia, the Old Country, has been length, girth, dare I say. And it's because, you know, the game's priced at $50. They haven't shown a whole lot of it. They've done in the last week or two a lot more marketing with it, showcasing a lot of gameplay and some uncut segments. But, you know, there's a sneaking suspicion that maybe the game is really short, that it's $50 because it's only been in production for like 2.5-3 years in full capacity. And so it might just be like a pretty short thing. It's something Joel Raptors brought up on our podcast, and I think it's a valid concern, you know? I think it's a valid concern for sure. Fister-in-law, thank you. What a name. Thank you for 2 months, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. So I think it's a valid concern. Honestly. But look at this. Reported by Josh Chalice over on Insider Gaming. Mafia, the Old Country dev, says the game isn't short just because it's only $50. They say Mafia, the Old Country developers insist the game's length isn't short, despite some players assuming it is due to the $50 price point. So what they said specifically was, speaking to IGN, Hangar 13 president Nick Baines insisted players won't be disappointed by the length of the game with, quote, all the depth you'd expect in terms of dialogue and world that has been created. He added that, quote, there's supposed to be an end quote there. It's fine. He added that no one needs to be concerned about the quality of the game or it being super short. Baines did not reveal exactly what the average completion time for Mafia the Old Country will be. He told players to expect Mafia 1, Mafia 2 style experience and predicted that everyone's going to be super happy. The first 2 games in the series clocked in around 10 to 14 hours of completion time, so the comments suggest there could be a similar length of time. It certainly doesn't have to be a huge endeavor that, like I said, like the 50-ish hours it took to complete Mafia 3. Now, this particular claim that it's roughly in line with Mafia 2, Mafia 1 style experience makes me think, okay, they might be shooting for that 12-hour mark, which I think is a good timeline to land at. I think that would be a good spot. If it's 12 hours long, though, I don't know why they wouldn't just say it. You know, like it might be one of those situations where it's like, oh, it's like 12, 13 hours if you are kind of bad at combat and die a lot and have to redo sections, like, but otherwise it's like 9 to 10 hours. I think that's more likely. I don't think it's, I think if it's below 10, we start to get to the realm where a lot of people will probably scoff and wait for like a deep sale before playing it. If they can get to like that 12-hour mark, I think that's a reasonable point for $50. I think that a lot of especially Mafia fans can play with it and dig into it there. But I think you got to get above 10. 10 is a nice square number. People like 10. It's round, solid, reliable. I think if you're below 10, even if your game is like, $50, I think people still think that that's just too much. If you start going down to like 30, 40, then I think people are more understanding, but I think you got to get above that point. But I'm primarily interested for the story. I'm primarily interested for the narrative and stuff and the cutscenes and the world building and all that. And they seem to have done a really good job with that. I just hope there's enough meat on the bone to really connect with it, That's my hope. I think 10 hours is fine. I think 10 hours, like for me at $50, if the story is really good, like all of this is presuming it's good. Okay. Like you can't dismiss that. It's got to be good. If the story is good and compelling, then I think you can go to like 8-9 hours and I'd be happy. If it's really good, high production value, high quality. If it's 8 hours and like mediocre and boring and repetitive, then of course I'm going to be upset. Like Suicide Squad, $70, and it's basically 2.5 hours of content, but stretched over 10 hours. Like they have the same missions over and over and over and over again. And then they have all of like 20 minutes of dialogue, here and there. Really not well balanced in my opinion. But if it's like a really nice, linear, well-written narrative experience that goes over the course of like 10 hours, I can live with that. I'm happy with that. But, excuse me, I need my coffee to kick in better. How long was the Horizon Lego game and they still charge full price? Well, that flopped catastrophically. So I think that's technically a separate issue. But let's see, 7 hours, it says 7. But even like Mafia. So Mafia 1 was 16 hours, which is funny because the definitive edition says only 10.5, even though it's technically the same game, but just reworked. Mafia 2 was 11 hours. So if they're pointing to definitive edition and Mafia 2, average completion time for the main story is 10.5 or 11 hours. That's reasonable. It's weird though, because in the IGN article, he also says, or in the Insider Gaming, he says it takes 50 hours to complete Mafia 3. This is saying 25. So I don't remember it taking 50 hours. Maybe if you're doing like a completionist run, but even then, I don't know. That's a lot. That's a lot. Anything above 3 is huge in my opinion. It's not really the length that matters. It's what you do with it. Plus, it's way too long. When it's way too long, it hurts my eyes. I feel like we may be talking about different things. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, so I think if they're in that 10 to 12 hour range, I'm happy. But I feel like by not just clearly addressing it and be like, hey, we're shooting for about an hour each chapter. We have 14 chapters. Or we have 12 chapters. I'm okay with that. I think that would quell the concerns. But we're going to know soon enough. The game comes out in almost a week. August 8th, I believe. So almost a week. And, I don't know if they're doing reviews a day before, a week before. I don't have the game. So if people are reviewing it, I don't know. I'm not currently reviewing it or anything. But I would imagine in the reviews, we'll find out about it. Right. If I was allowed to say I'm reviewing it, I would tell you. And if I wasn't allowed to say I was reviewing it, I would just tell you. I can't tell you if I'm reviewing it, which is basically me saying, yes, I'm reviewing it. But I can tell you right now, I don't have it. So we'll see. We'll see. If it is short, if it's only 10 hours long, I wouldn't be surprised if they only give like a few days to review it, He's lying. I'm trying to think, has there ever been a time where I've had to lie about having a game? I think even with like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 back in January, they gave that to us a full month ahead of time. But I'm pretty sure, like, if anybody ever asked me on stream or something through January, are you playing KCD2, if it was before the point where I could say I was playing it, I would just be like, yeah, well, I can't talk about it. Or I'd pretend I didn't read it. I didn't see the message or the chat. I don't know. Typically, I just kind of like dodge. If I'm not allowed to say it, I'll just dodge. You know. You think you're so sneaky, yeah. Well, not really. I've told you guys pretty clearly. Like, if it's like, hey Luke, do you have a copy of whatever it was, like Avowed? I'm like, no comment. That's basically a yes. I mean, come on, that's a yes. You know, if it's no comment, it's basically a yes. Because if the answer was no, I would just tell you no. If I was allowed to say yes, I would say yes. If I have it, but I'm not allowed to say yes, I'll just go no comment. You know, how painful was it to wait before talking about KCD2? Dude, so painful. I was actually just playing KCD2 again last night. I was like, let's just pop in, little relaxation. 3 hours went by, dude. So good. So freaking good. Do you have a copy of KCD3? Sort of. Yeah. Yeah. Very early. Very early. It's a drawing on a napkin. Yeah. Hang on. I thought you spoke your mind. Oh, I do. It gets me into trouble a lot. But if I've signed an NDA for a review or something and I'm like, I agree to not say I have the game until this date, I will not say I have the game until that date. I will play by the rules. I don't mess around with NDA stuff. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Fister swears it's not a dirty name. I don't believe you. Will you review the KCD2 DLCs? Yeah, we did some segments and stuff on the Painter one. And I think I did actually a full video on the big channel about it and talked about it. Because we also did mods and stuff. So I think we did it around there. Yeah, Brushes with Death. But as for like a full review, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I plan on covering the second DLC. I do plan on covering it. I don't know if I can say much more than that, but yeah. Let's see. Be honest, you got an early copy of Elder Scrolls 6. Can you imagine the meltdown that would ensue if it broke that Luke Stevens got like a super exclusive early opportunity for Elder Scrolls 6? Dude, the subreddit would explode. Like, what do you mean? Like, even with Starfield, people were shocked that they sent a review code. People were shocked. I was kind of surprised too, because I don't think they meant to send me one. They sent it through like an agency that they had hired to do their promotion stuff. I think if it was internally, like if it was a Bethesda team doing it, they would not have had me on the list. But yeah, I think they like accidentally hooked me up with a review code for it, which honestly, I appreciate. But yeah, I think people were genuinely shocked. Can't say I'm surprised. Luke's on the naughty list. Dude, I'm on their like evil hater list, I'm sure. Even though I do it all in peace and love, baby. All in peace and love. I want them to make good games. My thing is I will not sugarcoat it if I think your writing is ass. And if I think like you've sold out to the demonic hellspawn that is, you know, corporate dividends and stock options, I'll tell you that. If I think like Fallout 76 was evil, I will tell you that that release was like kind of evil. Because it was. I'm like, I don't know what you want from me. Like, it's like I heard from that one guy about the Xbox person who was like, yeah, well, I mean, we just need Luke to support the brand a little better. I was like, what the hell do you mean? You mean like just glaze you? Oh, you need Widow Wook to glaze the $4 trillion company? Otherwise, he's not invited. Oh. Get out of here. Eat my ass, Diane. She can do a triple. It's unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable to me. I cannot believe that they'd be so sensitive. You know? Oh. Anyway, Anybody know that movie I just quoted?
Through Super Chat.
Anybody remember?
Luke, you handsome devil. Why can companies steal and sell my data, but I can't pirate a game or two?
It's a good question. It's probably all just like the EULAs. You should make the company sign a EULA for you, and it's a EULA that allows you to take their games for free. And like, you signed the EULA. You didn't read it before agreeing to it? That's irresponsible. That's the key. That's what you should do. Quoted again. It was, "Eat my ass, Diane. You can do a triple." Or she can do a triple. "Eat my ass, Diane. She can do a triple." Do you remember that movie? It's a really freaking good movie. Anybody remember that movie? Oh, moment of truth. People are Googling it right now. Skill Up ended up on the evil list with BioWare after his review of his right. Dude, I don't know if there's been a review that did as much damage to a game that I can think of since that Skill Up review of Dragon Age. Like, I really think that review, like, single-handedly decimated that game's chance of success. You know, it just, I don't know, man. It's something else. I like, most people I heard talking about that game said that it was like, the reason they weren't interested was because
Obsidian
of that
Bloodline
Skill Up
Forever
video.
donated $10 through Super Chat. If Steam console came out, would Sony and Xbox lose their edge in graphics, frame rates and power? And maybe partner with Steam for hardware and both Sony, Microsoft focus on building great video games?
I mean, I think a Steam console is just a PC. So, I mean, yeah, they have the Steam Deck, but I don't foresee them ever doing like a media console kind of thing that sits in front of your TV. They tried that with the Steam Link, and it did fine, you know. It was fine for what it was. But I think any console they would do would basically just be a mini PC that you plug into your TV, which maybe that is something, you know, the audience really, really wants. But I also think that's basically what the next Xbox is going to be. So I don't know. I don't think that, like, Steam, like, let's say hypothetically Steam makes a console meant to compete with the Xbox and the PlayStation 5. Like, I don't foresee that being disruptive enough. You know, I think PC players would buy one, probably play PC games like on their TV, and I think that could do well. But I don't think it would really shake up the industry as much as you may think. Because largely, like, if you play on PlayStation, it's because your library is there, your friends are there. Like, that's where you are. You're entrenched there. Same with Xbox, same with Nintendo, same with PC. So I think it would be another option for PC players, but I don't think it would really change the math too much. Let's see. And then as for, would Sony and Xbox lose their edge in graphics, frame rates, and power? I mean, I don't know if they lose it. I think it's just the edge is already on PC. It's not even really an edge. It's more of a cliff. So, you know, PC's already won the power and firepower or horsepower fight. So not too surprised by that. I mean, it's PCs, but I do think that they might eventually get there. They call me Quan. Thank you for the 5. Can you check out Where Winds Meets IGN gameplay? Yes, I can, because you know what I've also been playing? Where Winds Meet. Like 20 freaking hours in it, dude. Like 20 freaking hours. This game, let me show you. News ever. So one of the biggest games that basically nobody's talking about is called Where Winds Meet. And when I say biggest, I mean literally, like, it's just freaking gigantic. Where Winds Meet is an upcoming game from a Chinese developer, and it is basically a massive single-player game that also features co-op, and I believe it's also free to play, and it's just like freaking gigantic and crazy ambitious and everything. And I'm going to show you some gameplay. IGN did a preview of it. I'm trying to pull up some of the recorded footage I have as well, because I've also put in like 20 hours because they're doing a playtest right now. Now, full disclosure, I'm going to show you some stuff here. Where's a boss fight? Boss fight's going to be cool. So let me show you. So IGN recorded some footage of it that we're going to look at as well. I mean, you guys know how I feel about IGN's capture and how they tend to put some of this stuff together. But I'll show you some of the stuff that I've also captured myself, which I think will do a better job of demonstrating this. Now, full disclosure, I will, and at least I plan on doing a dedicated video with this team talking about this game on the big channel. And in all likelihood, that video, they will sponsor to put that video up on the big channel. As part of this whole process, I asked to play the play test myself to see if the game was something I'd be comfortable talking about, which is pretty common for us, where I only will talk about a game if I like it or if I think that it's worth talking about. And they were like, okay, yeah, no. And I was like, I have to be allowed to say whatever I want to say. And they said, okay, whatever, check out the game first. And that's where we kind of started with. So they gave me access to the playtest, which is available now. You can check out the game, like if you're invited to that playtest. I believe it's like closed, but you can get an invite if you're in their like Discord and stuff. But basically what this game intends to be is like just a freaking gigantic, again, single player co-op action adventure game that also has like some role play elements, action RPG elements. It aims to have a combat system that's challenging and also pretty scalable, as you can tell with like big boss fights and encounters and stuff. It aims to take inspiration from everything from Soulsborne games to also Assassin's Creed. It also, like, all of the paid elements are, because as I mentioned, I believe they're going for free to play with this. All of the paid elements are cosmetic only. They have sworn up and down that none of it will be gameplay affecting and will only affect the visuals and cosmetics. And it just seems like a totally crazy, ambitious project that is like ridiculously like hard to pull off. That's basically what it sounds like. This big dude, my goodness. And as I said, I've played it. My intention was to put in like a few hours and get a feel for it. I've accidentally spent a lot more time than that playing, like a lot more time. There's a lot here. I mean, there's gigantic boss fights. There's crazy, for a playtest, the level of polish is also kind of ridiculous. I've been thoroughly impressed by it. It has, a combat system that is a melding of a bunch of different stuff. It has, of course, like perfect parries and stuff, as you'd expect, a bunch of different weapons. So at times it might feel like Blade Point Naraka, but then at other times it feels reminiscent of like Ghost of Tsushima with different like stances based on the weapons you're using. It also has like the dual swords that can feel kind of like dual blades in Monster Hunter. Like they've just taken little nods from all sorts of different projects and different games all over the place. And it's hard to describe because it really is a melding of like 5 or 6 different games and genres. It's just very, very weird. Like, as you can see, you're trying to break the enemy's posture, which is this blue bar, and then the health is, of course, the red one. And the red attacks you can do perfect parries on. The gold ones you can't. This particular time I was going through with dual blades, which again is reminiscent of sort of Monster Hunter with the dual blades. But as you can tell, if you can perfect parry stuff, you can get right up in the face. And like, this is just one boss fight out of like, I don't even know how many, like a dozen, 2 dozen in the play test that they have. Like, it's ridiculous. And each one of them is totally different from each other. Like, they're all completely separate. And there's a good amount of, let me see if I can find another example. Oh, this was also funny. There's different mounts. This is one of the cosmetics that you can choose. So of course, most people will play with horses. I found out you can use a goose as a mount, and you can ride a goose. That's it. That's the whole thing. One of the ways you can upgrade the mounts also is to add other geese. So you can have like a flock of geese as your mount, and you ride on one, and you just ride around with it. Like, what more do I need to say? You know, it's absolutely ridiculous. But as you can see in this IGN footage as well, this is another one of the big bosses that they have. And this is a different weapon. This is like the fan that I've not messed with. But this also thing, the thing that's popping up with E, that's one of the accessibility options, which is why it's really funny IGN is using it, because there is an accessibility option in the settings. If you play on easy mode, it turns on. And basically, when they go in there with an attack that can be parried, it slows time and prompts you with E. Which is like, it's the easy mode, which is why it's really funny to see it. I tried turning it on to see like, okay, like how forgiving is it? Dude, it like makes the combat kind of a joke. But if you need it, you can use it. Again, it's why it's so funny to see IGN using it. But anyway, this particular weapon they're using, you know, is the fan, and it's very different from the stuff that I've used. But they have, you know, long swords, spears, swords, dual blades, all sorts of things. These different abilities that can freeze enemies, or that can stun them, or there's even some that can throw enemies. There's a ton of different stuff that can be utilized. And it scales pretty well. So if you want it to be really, really difficult, you can do that, and they'll reward you with like greater XP payouts and greater materials and things. So it can be very easy or very difficult depending on what you want. But honestly, like, I've just been really impressed. I told them after playing it, I was like, honestly, like, this is probably the most impressed, for one, I've ever been with a free-to-play game like this. I'm thoroughly impressed that they've managed to pull off a free-to-play single-player game that is a melding of all these different components. It's very much a Chinese game in terms of the narrative. Like, it's I forget what they call it, wuxia, or WUXIA. It's one of those games where it's all about chivalry and kind of knighthood and that type of thing. It's similar to a lot of other games you might have played like that in this style, but like, funnily enough, and this is the other piece, I kind of felt like I was playing a alternative dimension Assassin's Creed game a lot, in like a good way, where like it felt like the modern era of Assassin's Creed, where it's like big and they are trying to be very narrative with it. It did not feel like one of these Chinese like free-to-play games, which so often, you know, you hop in them and it's just like a bunch of, you know, I don't even know what you'd call it. It's like just a lot of grinding and a lot of, you know, crazy over monetized stuff. It just felt like a really ambitious open world adventure game that happens to be free to play and crazy. Like, it was really cool. How's localization? Very good question. So as of right now, at least the version I played, it's still a play test, so it's still working. Like, did you see that guy? Watch. It's still a play test, so things like that will happen. So I don't know if the plans will change or what will adjust, but as of right now, it is like, you can get subtitles, text, all of that stuff is in English. The voice acting is all in Chinese, like it's not in English. The performances are all very good. For somebody that can't speak the language, it seems well done to me. But let me see if I can show you a little clip. Maybe this. I'll show you like a clip as a lead in to a boss fight. Maybe here. Just a second. Is this it? Here, I think this will play. I was trying to get the sound balanced. So like, just watch. This is like this is when you walk into a boss fight. It's like all the boss fights have little cinematic lead-ins and stuff. And then he actually curb stomped me. I was like, oh God, I wasn't ready for that. This guy ended up being quite difficult. But yeah, it's monetized through, you're asking how is it monetized? It's monetized, as far as I'm aware, through cosmetics. So, you know, of course, a lot of different skins and stuff, as you'd expect. Headpieces or dresses if you're playing as a female, or outfits if you're playing as male. So lots of cosmetics. And, you know, it's still a playtest, so I don't know exactly how the pricing will bear out. But they have said and mentioned in like 15 different places, it is not pay to win. It is only like cosmetics that they are selling. They do not want players to have a different experience in terms of gameplay based on whether they paid. They just want you to be able to get different skins if you want to support them financially that way. Otherwise, again, I believe the intention is to go free to play with it. It's body type. So, oh God, it's just very, very, very ambitious. And honestly, like after playing through it, like there's still a crap ton of stuff that I've not seen. Like even these little like inspirations from like Breath of the Wild games, as you can see there. Like they've just taken a bunch of different nods from a bunch of different games and put it into one package that, you know, they're not even showing some of the traversal stuff, but there's also like, you know, all sorts of movement abilities to like double and triple jump up buildings, and then to free climb up and like run up the walls. And there's environmental puzzles tied to all of that. There was one just like I was running through a field while playing it, and I came across like this guy who's just mourning his wife who's passed away, and like you just encounter that. I was like, what the hell is it? Like what am I playing? It was blowing my mind. It was absolutely very, very impressive. Genuinely very, very, very impressive. And again, it's a game that basically nobody is talking about. I think because it looks like a lot of other games at first glance that we've heard of, and you just kind of, it's another one, you know, another drop in the bucket. It's called Where Winds Meet, just in case you're not familiar. But yeah, it's genuinely very impressive. I've been thoroughly impressed by it. And hearing that they are trying to put it in an offering and in a style and a sort of package that historically Eastern studios like this, they will only do it for like the big live service stuff with like gacha mechanics, where they'll put it free to play and it's a massive game and it's huge and very popular, very successful, makes a ton of money, but it's all live service and it's all, you know, tied to gacha stuff. With this, it just seems like they've decided, instead of going live service, gacha, whatever, they're like, what if we just made like a gigantic, massive single player game that people can also play in co-op if they want to go in like parties of 4 and fight those big bosses? We can do that too, fully supported. And what if we did that, but packaged it as free to play and made money back through cosmetics? And they're trying it, and they seem pretty confident in it. And honestly, after playing it, I kind of get why. Like I'm actually very impressed by it. Like it's actually pretty crazy. As for the exact lineup for what they plan on doing with like consoles and stuff, I'm not actually sure. I know that they currently do support controller. So if you want to play on controller, then you can. I'm not sure. I guess we could Google it if their plan is to bring it to console. PlayStation 5. Their plan is to scale it on PC, PlayStation 5, on iOS and Android in the same package. And that is with, again, like this is what it looks like on PC. And they say that they are able to scale it to mobile as well. Which, bear in mind, every building in this game you can enter, apparently. Like, apparently every building in this game you can go into. They all have interiors. And they say that they can get this running on an Android device or an iPhone. I don't even know how that's possible. But we've seen it with some of these games. Some of these Chinese developers are able to get games running on mobile, and you're just like, how on earth did you manage that? Like, how did you do that? I just don't get it. But apparently they're able to do it. Oh yeah, these are some of the it's so crazy. This is another bit of me riding on my goose. But yeah, apparently this can run on mobile is what they say. Which I've not seen the mobile version, so maybe it definitely looks like mobile, but I don't know, man. I don't even know. So after trying it myself, I was like, I will happily talk about this on the big channel. I'm quite impressed. So, you asked me to talk about the gameplay preview or whatever. I've tried it and I'm actually quite impressed with it. And I mean, goose mount. I honestly thought it was a bug when I saw in the menu that you could play, like you could swap your mount to a goose. I was like, oh no, I found my first big bug. Why is a goose in the mount menu? I selected it. It's like, oh no, you literally just ride on the back of a goose. It's like, I can't believe it. Can't believe it. It's ridiculous. So yeah, that's where wins meet. I think that's also one to keep an eye on because it's just like ridiculously ambitious. It's being made by Everstone, who, what have they done? Have they done anything like this before? It's a NetEase company. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's ridiculous. It's crazy. It's crazy. Have I tried Blueprints or Not Your Style? I think I bought Blueprints on my Steam Deck, but I've not like played through it yet. I'm interested in it, but I also like, do you guys have games where like you're worried you're going to start it and it's going to consume you? Like, not every puzzle game connects with me. The ones that do, I lose myself to. So it might be that I boot up Blueprints and I play it for 20, 30 minutes and I'm like, or whatever. But I might also connect with it because when I connect with a puzzle game, I like lose it and I'm like in the tunnel. Yes, it's called KCD 1 and 2. Yeah, Jacob, when we were at Summer Games Fest, we did a puzzle game that was an escape room. Do you remember exactly what it was called, Jacob? Maybe it was just called the escape room or something. But we played that and we did like, you know, a good 30 minutes of that, 45 minutes of that, whatever it was. And that was one where I could see myself playing a lot of that. I love escape rooms and we went hard. Escape Academy 2, I think. Yeah, that's right. We played a lot of that. So when I connect with a puzzle game, I really connect with it. And my fear is that I'm going to lose myself to it and then I'll get nothing else done. You know? Refantasio for you? Oh, dude. Metaphor is so good. But dude, Metaphor is also so massive that if you get into it, you will lose yourself. You will lose yourself. Like, for a month or two because it's like 80 hours, 90 hours long or something like that. It's huge. It's worth it. I think you should do it. You know, it's a very good game, but my God, there's so much there. Oh. Oh yeah, metaphor is consuming me right now. Yeah, dude. It's so good. So good. It's good to be consumed sometimes, but my God, there's so much there. Everybody's like, Nicholas is clearly a bot when he's just saying things that Emil and Todd say all the time. Oh my God. I put the doc with full information in chat made in Discord for Where Wins Me. Ooh. In the lobby, where is it? I put the doc with full information in chat made in Discord for Where Winds Meet. In chat made in Discord. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure where you put it then in the Discord. I don't see it in the Discord. It's the opposite of what they said. So I put the full information in Discord. In chat. Okay, I don't understand. Someone explain it to me. I'm lost. I don't know what's happening. I'm sorry. Great games are played, not made, is what I said. Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. You can't think about it too much, because when you hear that said, it initially makes sense, but if you think about it more, it doesn't really make any sense at all. You know? The information is from the Where Winds Meet Discord. I put the doc in chat. Oh, okay. Well, unfortunately, I think YouTube chat will automatically delete messages that have a link in them. So if you linked it in chat, I think it deleted it. Oh, hello. Oh, my baby made cookies. It's a little baby cookie. It's a little baby cookie. Thank you. It's so cute. Little baby cookie. Nikki makes a mean cookie. I'll tell you what. So yeah, they call me Quan. You might have to like put it in chat in a fancy way where you like space it, you know, how to like get around that. Yeah, Where Winds Meet is what it's called. Working on that, Dadbot. Damn right. Speaking of dad bods, let's see the king. I'm kidding, Todd. You look great. Stop getting all revved up. You're fine. New segment. So a couple of you guys sent me this video from the king himself, Juicehead, who does, of course, he's kind of like the definitive Bethesda channel, honestly, at this point, covering BGS stuff, Fallout stuff, Elder Scrolls stuff, all the stuff. And yes, I'm holding a cookie if you're watching the stream clip. Nikki just made them, so I'm going to eat it the second we hit play. But he made this video talking about the current state of Fallout and the various projects and stuff that are in the works. And you guys wanted my thoughts on it. I'm here for you. And I'm here for Juicehead. And as always, you should get over there. You should subscribe to him. Makes great stuff. Let's see what he's got to say and what Todd has to say. Hi, Todd. Good to see you.
Let's talk about these recent Fallout leaks. Reportedly, multiple new Fallout games are in development right now, including Fallout 5, which was apparently just greenlit. Or maybe not. As exciting as this news has...
I will say at the outset, I saw this article as well. I think we talked about it on stream for all of 30 seconds. I don't think we even turned it into a clip because it was like the most hilariously stupid headline I've ever seen. It was somebody saying Fallout 5 is now fully greenlit. Yes, Captain Random Ass. Like, duh. Like, what do you mean? Of course it was greenlit. Like, they were ever not going to do it? Like, what do you mean? Like, of course. It's like the stupidest headline ever. They've decided to make that game everybody knew they were going to make. Okay. I get it, dude. July is a tough time to make gaming content. Everybody mentally checks out. I don't know why I said Captain Random Ass. I meant Captain, Captain No Duh, something like that. Not my best day, okay? I'm eating a cookie. Lay off me. That being said, I don't know what else to say from this is like, other than, yeah. Shocker. Captain Obvious. That's a good one. See, you should be up here, MMO. You should be up here. You've got it figured out. Captain Obvious? Yeah, that would make way more sense than whatever I said.
Or maybe not. As exciting as this news has been, almost immediately we get some pushback from other sources. So who should we believe here? What's actually going on with Fallout? And back from...
Hold on. By the way, I don't mean the above meanly. It's just over the years I've seen the same claim by media so many times, but hey, I could be wrong. From what I've heard, if it's happening, it ain't Obsidian. I know the rundown of their upcoming titles and franchises. And that's Chris Avallone. Okay, he would probably know. If that's true, I mean, that kind of, I think, shuts down Oblivion or Obsidian doing it. But I've also said, like, Obsidian is not the same Obsidian they were 15 years ago. So if you were to get Fallout New Vegas 2 from Obsidian, it would probably play like Avowed. It would probably play like The Outer Worlds. You know, like it probably would not play the way you think it would. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Doesn't mean it would be bad. It's just, I don't think you would stumble into another masterpiece that way, you know?
Other sources. So who should we believe here? What's actually going on with Fallout? And I've seen the comments. Ju said yaps too much. So if you don't care...
Dude, yapping is part of the job, man. That's what we do. That's what we do. You're fine. The yapping is good if it's on topic, if it's pertinent. That's fine. I'm yapping right now, and we have a bunch of people in here listening to me ramble about it. Okay, so like it's totally fine. Totally fine. It's got to be on topic though. Got to be on topic. I get it. I get it. Speaking of on topic, look at this this really cool sapling thing. I have to put it on my headset. Our friend Abby made it. She crocheted it. It's like a little sapling. You hang it from like your headphone or whatever. I can't get it to attach though. It doesn't fit on these headphones, but it's really cute. Anyway.
About all of these details and just kind of want my quick take, timestamps below. Basically, all of this recent Fallout news has stemmed from the mass layoffs at Microsoft. 9,000 people were laid off, including tons from Xbox. This dominated online discourse, and the discussion about the future of Xbox and their IPs made...
Oh, dude, this one. Yeah, this dude. Is he going to show the clip? I think so. Dude, this clip was so... I love Jake. I've met him a few times. Super kind guy, always wears the freshest shoes. Ralph is a giant. He's like 7.5 feet tall. He's huge. Also nice guy. I don't think I've ever spoken to him, but I've seen him around at events and stuff, but we never are like, I see him from across the street or whatever, but it's fine. This gentleman, he runs one of the websites, what is it, VGC or something? He'll probably say, but he says like, yeah, they're working on multiple Fallout projects, including the one you're excited about. And then they just, like, they do not bring it up. They ask him, like, what he's drinking or something. Like, they no follow-up. It was, like, blew my mind. I was like, no, ask him about that. Clarify. I want to know more. But they just, like, moved on. It was frustrating.
Made its way onto the Friends Per Second podcast, where Jordan Midler, a reporter at the Video Game Chronicle, did say,
Fallout is the big one. I cannot believe that they didn't immediately start work on a Fallout 5 because Todd's not going to make it. Todd is not.
No, Todd, no. He means he's going to retire. I don't know if Todd's retiring, dude. I don't think he retires till after Fallout 5. I don't think he's retiring till he's like in his mid 60s, late 60s. I think he sees it through like the late 2030s. I kind of have Jake's face with this one. He's like, no, he's not going to make it. He's going to retire before that. I don't think so. And he's saying like you gotta skip Elder Scrolls 6 and you gotta get straight to Fallout 5. Fallout's big, dude. Elder Scrolls is also huge. Okay, I feel like we're not giving Elder Scrolls enough credit.
Todd's not going to make it, man.
He's not going to make the game. He will make it to that point of life, hopefully, at the time of...
He won't make it to that point of life. It sounds like he's saying he's going to die. I know he means he's going to retire, but dude, it sounds like you're saying he's going to die.
Todd's not going to make it, man.
He's not going to make the game. He will make it to that point of life, hopefully.
He won't make it to that point of life.
Hopefully, at the time of recording. But when he's done with the next Elder Scrolls, I can fully see him being like, okay, I'm done. I'm an older guy now. They should... Yeah. There are multiple Fallout projects in development.
Okay, real quick before he says that. He's like, how old is he? He's like 50 something. He's like 52. He's not that old. He really is not that old. Hold on. Todd Howard age. He's 54, born in 1970. So like he will be what, by 2035 when they put out Fallout 5, probably more like 2032 or something, but by the time they put it out, he'll be like early 60s. That's not crazy, dude. Like, that's mid-aged. He's got that in him. Okay, I feel like we're talking about him like he's 95 years old right now. He's 54. He'll be fine, dude. He'll be totally fine. It's like, nah, it's all over, man. He's done. It's like, no, I think he's got plenty more runway. He can't even withdraw from his 401k until he's like 65.
I'm an older guy now. They should. Yeah. There are multiple Fallout projects in development, including, as far as I'm aware, that one you're all wanting. But it's not far enough along to say anything that is like, you're going to be playing this game anytime soon. Fallout 5 should have been day one. Okay, we own these motherfuckers now. Let's get a game that says Fallout 5 on it out on the shelves. And they didn't bother.
And he cuts it there because there's no follow-up. They ask him about like what drinks he's drinking, which is frustrating. It's supposed to be like, no, which one are you talking about? Are you saying Fallout New Vegas 2 or a remake? Like, clarify. But anyway, separate issue. I think I love those guys. But I was like, ask him a question. I think I don't think they needed to rush Fallout 5, but I think they should have had another Fallout project. I'm okay if they were to do another. Like, I think they could have done a Fallout New Vegas remake or remaster. That will print money. I think if they were to also do like a Fallout New Vegas 2, that could do well. But I think that I don't know if there's a team that could make a game that lives up to the hype of that. You know, like Fallout New Vegas was sort of a cult classic. It was very successful, but it was kind of like an accidental masterpiece. You know, they had 18 months to put it together and stumbled into this thing that was surprisingly fantastic, though broken. But I think if you announce Fallout New Vegas 2, people are expecting a 9 or a 10 out of 10. And I don't know what team they have that they could hand the game to that could achieve that. You know, I don't know who could actually realistically achieve that. Like, I don't even know if Bethesda could. Like, I just think it's different now.
There's a lot to unpack there, but the big reveal is multiple new Fallout games are on the way, including the big one. There's been a lot of interpretations as to what that actually means, but to me, the big one is New Vegas 2, and even shortly thereafter, Jordan Midler says that.
Anyway, New Vegas 2 coming soon.
I do think
I interpreted that as a joke, though, because this is after they joked around a little bit. And he's like, anyway, New Vegas 2 coming. I thought that was more of a joke, but maybe he is literally saying that that's the big one. I don't know.
He was partly joking there, but the one we're all wanting is New Vegas 2. This has dominated headlines for years now, but originally it was more of just a moniker to reflect a new Obsidian Fallout game.
This is also why, this is exactly the same reason why I've said, I don't know if there's ever going to be like a Bloodborne remake or remaster or whatever. Because this is the amount of reporting you get on Fallout New Vegas 2 being teased, potentially in the works, early talks in Microsoft, like all of these articles from all sorts of different pretty big outlets, VGC, Windows Central, The Gamer. And it still hasn't materialized. There's still people also reliable who are saying it's not happening. And I'm like, if Bloodborne 2 or Bloodborne Remake or something was happening, they would definitely be reporting on it. There would be leaks, there'd be stuff. We would know about it by now. Like, I don't know how you keep that secret. And the fact that we haven't heard anything about it makes me think that it really probably is not happening, because if it were even in the talks, I think you'd start to get reports about it.
now, but originally it was more of just a moniker to reflect a new Obsidian Fallout game. Like when I say New Vegas 2, I don't literally mean a direct sequel to Fallout New Vegas. And we've heard lots of rumors around Obsidian and Fallout. The head of Obsidian wants to work on Fallout before they retire. Supposedly talks of Obsidian and Fallout happened internally. Jordan Midler literally reported on this leak back in 2022. Josh Sawyer has been saying for years that he is interested in working on Fallout again. And late last year, the original lead writer on Fallout New Vegas took a creative director job at Obsidian.
Which is also funny. You know what job he was doing for the last handful of years? Do you know where he left? What was he working on through like the mid 20-teens? Anybody know? Anybody know? Mr. got it. I almost said your full name. That could have got me in trouble. Mr. did it. Yep. He worked and was hired by Guerrilla, and he did all the writing to start off the Horizon series. So they brought him in to dig them out of a narrative trench they were in for Horizon Zero Dawn. Yep. Yep.
He is saying it's not New Vegas 2, but it is an opportunity that he straight up couldn't resist. And a potential Obsidian Fallout wouldn't even be all we're getting, as reportedly there are multiple Fallout games in the works right now. So perhaps we have a situation where a Fallout 3 remaster, New Vegas 2, and then Fallout 5 are all coming, but apparently Fallout 5's not coming from Todd Howard. Jordan Midler saying Todd Howard isn't going to do Fallout 5 seemed more like speculation on his side. It's seemingly based off the fact that he thinks Todd Howard is done after the Elder Scrolls 6. But in my last video,
Anna, he was making it sound like Todd was going to drop dead of old age, and the dude's 54. Like, it gave off the energy of, like, you know, even though I think Midler seems to be older, maybe like 30s or something. It gave off the energy of like the Gen Z guy who's like, I don't want to be 30. That's mid-age. I'll have a midlife crisis. And it's like, bro, 30 is not middle age. Like, what are you talking about? They gave off that energy, you know, where it's just like, no, he's not that old. He's 54, man. He's got a long runway ahead of him.
So I did find something interesting around this. Back in 2022, Todd Howard said Fallout 5 is next after the Elder Scrolls 6.
Elder Scrolls 6 is in pre-production, and you know, we're going to be doing Fallout 5 after that. So our slate's pretty full going forward.
And a lot of the articles you could find out there right now do reference this quote from 2022. But in 2023, Todd Howard clarified.
And then last year when we talked, you said, yep, Fallout 5, I want to do that. That'll be next.
That was more of like a general, it will clearly be after Elder Scrolls 6 at some point.
Okay,
that's
well,
like, let me clarify that one.
And even in...
So is he saying that they might do Starfield 2 after Elder Scrolls 6? Dude, can you even begin to imagine how freaking funny that would be? If people are already like, it's insane that Fallout 4 came out 2015 and we're having to wait till 2035 for Fallout 5. 20 years. And Todd's like, well, actually, you're going to be waiting until 2040 because we're working on Starfield 2 first. It's going to be way bigger and better than you could possibly imagine. 16 times the load screens. Why would he feel the need to clarify? It seems like a no-duh thing. Like, yeah, you're going to make Fallout 5 after Elder Scrolls 6. Why would he now take the step to clarify and be like, no, like leave the door open?
After
I want to do that. That'll be next.
That was more of like a general, it will clearly be after Elder Scrolls 6 at some point.
Okay,
that's
well,
like, let me clarify that one.
And
like, why not just say, yeah, it's next, if it's next? Is he just being coy for the sake of being coy? Does he just want it to be mysterious for the sake of being mysterious? Like, why not just leave it clear? Yeah, it's next. I don't understand. Sorry, Chanster, I took so long to do the candle. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
And even in 2024, when asked again, he doesn't specify things one way or another.
I'm going to avoid putting dates on anything. I've learned that the hard way. So obviously our focus as far as new development right now is Elder Scrolls 6, but that doesn't mean that we're not making plans for other things. We're still doing a lot of work, obviously, with Fallout 76. We see the community, so many people going into that game, kind of rediscovering it, just happy to see where the game is. Dude, I just had a terrifying thought creep into my head. You know how Bethesda likes to make sure there's a live service version of their IP before working on other stuff? You know how Bethesda wanted to make a live service Fallout before working on Starfield and Elder Scrolls, so there'd be a Fallout game to enjoy during the development time? Yeah, you know where I'm going with this. What if after this they want to do a live service Starfield? What if after this they wanted to do an MMO Starfield monstrosity? Starfield 76, yeah. That thought just creeped into my head for the first time. And it's a horrifying thought. It would be really funny if they got Starfield 76 out before Star Citizen. That would be really freaking funny. But oh god.
Which is weird. We all assume Fallout 5's after the Elder Scrolls 6, so why not say it?
Yeah, but you know what assuming does? Makes an ass out of you and me. Probably shouldn't assume that, especially if Todd is walking things back. You know, he said Fallout 5's after that. Why would he feel the need to clarify that it might not be immediately after?
In the Mr. Matty Plays interview last year, Todd Howard also said they're not in a rush to get the next Fallout game out sooner.
You know, we don't feel like we need to rush any of that. You know, right now, the Fallout TV show fills a certain niche in terms of the franchise and storytelling. Totally get the desire for a new kind of mainline single-player game. I don't think it's bad for people to miss things.
We've known the Elder...
That answer, though, I remember that one. That answer was very specifically in response to Maddie asking him about... it was specifically like about the process of having something to fill the void. So something like a New Vegas between 3 and 4. Having... you know, some smaller experience to hold fans over until then. And he specifically brought up Fallout 76, and he says we don't need to rush things. It's okay to miss things, which I think is all true. But I think it's also like, this is the thing for us to be honest with ourselves about. Even though we look at Fallout 76 and we say that does not tide me over. You know, we are effectively going without Fallout for 20 years between major releases because we're not interested in the live service offering. But for Todd and BGS, I think for them, they view it as an offering that has something new and fresh every 6 months. It's not that bad. No, I agree. Like at this point, Fallout 76, pretty solid. The people who like it really, really like it, but it is a fundamentally different thing than what you get with like a Fallout 4 or a Fallout 5. Like it's just a different experience, and it's designed to be a different experience because it's a living, breathing game. Like has to be. But I think for them, they view it as that offering. They view it as basically the New Vegas. It's the thing to tide you over, you know? And so, you know, it's perhaps a faulty assumption to think that we're going to get something else, because I think they view Fallout 76 as tiding the fan base over until the next thing.
Elder Scrolls 6 was next up for Bethesda for almost a decade. We actually knew about the Elder Scrolls 6 before we knew about Fallout 76. So the caginess around Fallout 5 being Bethesda Game Studios' next game does make me wonder if Jordan Midler was onto something here. Maybe Fallout 5 isn't coming from Bethesda Game Studios, or at the very least, it isn't coming next from them.
Oh. So here's the interesting thing. In the context of what we're describing, where it's thought that Fallout 70 or Fallout 5 is coming in like early 2030s, Todd will be in his early 60s. Not that big of a deal. But if they're planning to do Starfield 76 and maybe a new IP or something, whatever it is, in the interim between Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5, that pushes Fallout 5 into the, like, literally into the 2040s. Putting it 25, 30 years after Fallout 4. Which is upsetting. In which case, Bethesda's next game would not, like Fallout game, would not be until Todd is like in his mid 70s. I don't think Microsoft would let them wait that long. I agree. I don't think they'd let Fallout wait that long. But I think if Microsoft were told by Bethesda, hey, we're going to make a space live service game like Fallout 76, because Fallout 76 apparently makes pretty decent money. They introduced that $100 a year subscription. We all made fun of it. There's a lot of people that pay for it. And I think for Microsoft, they care more about that than letting Fallout sit vacant. So they very well could give Fallout to another studio to make another Fallout game while they work on Starfield 76 or whatever it is. And then they would go and do that. Yeah, it's possible. Isn't Starfield just Star Citizen? I think Star Citizen's more technologically advanced and impressive. Well, I don't think it is. But I think Bethesda seemingly can actually put out a finished game. I'm not sure because they closed or shut down Blackbird to greenlight this just from scratch. Well, Jeannie, we don't know that for sure because my suspicion and my theory has been one of the major components for them shutting down Blackbird and the ZeniMax Online game is because they had just unionized. Like a lot of the biggest layoffs within the gaming side of Microsoft's business specifically hit the companies and groups that had just unionized. So, you know, maybe for them it's just a coincidence, but I mean, I don't think it's that big of a coincidence. So I don't know how much I buy that, you know, they were disconnected, but I think, you know, if that's the case, if Jordan Midler knows something and it's like, hey, after Elder Scrolls 6, they're doing something else. They're doing like Starfield 76 or whatever it is, or a new IP or whatever. Maybe he's like, yeah, no, they won't get to Fallout till Todd's in his mid 70s and he's out by then. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense than what we have been thinking, which is that it's like early 2030s. But dude, I swear to God, if I have to wait 25, 30 years for another Fallout, can you imagine? Oh my God. Andrew, golly. Andrew just gifted 10 memberships on YouTube.
That's most definitely what's up.
Hell yeah, that's crazy. Welcome everybody. My goodness, welcome everybody. Yeah, big dubs in the chat. Hell yeah. Welcome everybody. If you just got gifted a membership, get over to the Discord. Connect your Discord account in the connections tab to your YouTube account. Get in the server. Join us. It'll be awesome. Okay? Hells yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That's baller, Andrew. Official Pog. Play of the game. Play of the stream. Hells yeah. Thank you. Let's see what else they got to say.
But maybe Obsidian's not making a Fallout game either, because then Chris Avallone responded to this rumor on Twitter saying, no, but possibly New Vegas headline is used so often to generate clicks for media sites to the point it's mostly noise by now. By the way, I don't mean the above meanly, it's just over the years I've seen the same claim by media so many times. But hey, I could be wrong, but from what I've heard, if it's happening, it ain't Obsidian. I know the rundown of their upcoming titles and franchises. So Chris Avallone saying that if there's a new Fallout game, it's not going to be Obsidian who's making it, which does seem to go against what New Vegas 2 take from Jordan Midler, assuming he actually meant New Vegas 2. He never technically clarifies that. And this one's complicated. I don't really know.
Yeah, I got, oh, what a name. I'm sorry. The name jump scared me. I wasn't ready for that name. Wow. Dude, and he works in games media. Granted, this from 2010, but poor guy, dude. What a name. Sorry, it's not funny. It's very serious. Matt is bad. Luke, when do you think we'll get a new proper single player title directed by Miyazaki himself from FromSoft? I mean, he's currently sitting at what? The next game comes out next year. That will have been like what, 4 years between his major releases, because he helped with Night Rain and he helped with Armored Core, but he mainly did the DLC and then Elden Ring. So probably not till next gen, early next gen. Like, well, Duskbloods isn't single player. That's what he's asking. He's asking when's the next big single player. Because Duskbloods is multiplayer and it's Switch exclusive. So I don't know. It probably like late 2029, 2028, 2029, something like that. That's my guess. Thank you again, Andrew. That was crazy generous. Thank you. Yeah, I think Guy Cocker gets I'm sure I'm not the first one to notice that name. Continuing on. Anyway, take it away, Guy.
If we should believe Chris Avellone here, because on one hand, he is the co-founder of Obsidian. He worked on many of their most popular games, but also left the company 10 years ago and on bad terms. He later went on to say how Obsidian silenced him and tried to force him to never work on RPGs again. But then there was a thread where another former Obsidian employee pushed back against some of what Chris Avellone was saying. The whole situation is messy, but what we do know is Chris Avellone does not like Obsidian management, or the head of Obsidian right now, who is the other co-founder of the studio and current studio head. After news came out in 2018 that Microsoft was buying Obsidian, Avellone said, "Good devs, terrible management. Hire the devs, fire the chaff at the top." So Chris Avellone says no Obsidian Fallout game, and actually he isn't the only one to say that. Jeff Grubb was the original leak that Obsidian and New Vegas 2 talks were starting to happen internally at Microsoft. Last year, on a podcast with Jeff Grubb, Lex Luddy, another gaming journalist, corroborated that talks about a New Vegas 2 did in fact happen in 2022. But reportedly, there is currently no Fallout in development, and it is very unlikely that Obsidian are going to be the people to make the next Fallout. Apparently, this wasn't just a Bethesda thing. Like, hey, we don't want someone else making this game. It was also partly Obsidian going, this would be a huge scale for us that we have backed away from. And well, that would be surprising, because just over a bit before this quote, the head of Obsidian did say publicly he wants to make a Fallout game before he retires.
But it's also, like, with this stuff, it's so important to remember the context of when these things are said. Like, it's not like the Obsidian CEO issues a press statement just saying, I would love to make a Fallout game. Like, that's not what happens. What happens is he's at an event or something and a journalist asks him, hey, can we get a Fallout New Vegas 2? And he's like, I can't say anything now. We're not working on anything right now, but of course I would love to make another Fallout before I retire. And that's what gets clipped, and that's what gets the article generated. It's far from like a conclusive thing. Oh, so he's saying that it could happen. He's like, no, of course I would love to go. Like, you know, it's like if you guys ask me, hey, Luke, would you like to travel to Santa Monica, California? And I go, of course, I would love to go to Santa Monica, California. That wouldn't be a quote to clip and be like, see, confirmed, Luke's working for Naughty Monica in Santa Monica, California. Like, it doesn't connect. It's just like a question that led to that statement that now you're clipping for the sake of getting an article, you know?
But at the same time, Obsidian kinda backed away from larger scale games with Avowed. Avowed began as a huge open world multiplayer Skyrim, but by release, the game ended up rebooted twice with smaller scale open zones because that's what worked in the Outer Worlds. And even some of the other sources we talk about in this video, like Jez Corden, have said they haven't heard any concrete leaks on Obsidian making a Fallout game. But speaking of, Jez Corden also weighed in, claiming that as a result of all of this, Fallout 5 was fully greenlit.
What I do know is that Fallout 5 is fully greenlit now.
Which again feels,
I mean, like, again, I heard that clip and I don't know why people are running with it like it's a great revelation. It's like, yeah, they're gonna make a Fallout 5. Like, What does that mechanically mean? Does it mean that they cut the check for the first phase of development and then they set up the milestones for the rest of the publishing deal? Like, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Feels like very notable news. Fallout 5 wasn't greenlit already? That just happened? I don't personally think I could do Xbox's job, but definitely seems like they're doing a bad job. How is this stuff just happening now? And just Gordon does expand on all of this, relating it to the recently canceled ZeniMax Online Studios MMO.
From what I heard, it was a case of, do we want to sink a ton of money into getting this to a point where it can compete with the established players on the market? Or do we want to allocate that investment towards making Fallout 5? The program to...
Yeah, but that implies that they weren't going to do it before. Like, I'm sorry. Jez has gotten some stuff wrong in recent memory, and I feel like this one, I'm just like... So you're suggesting that they were like, well, we can put this out and crank up the budget, or we can work on Fallout 5, as if they're mutually exclusive. Fallout 5, like, it's going to happen regardless. I don't think, like, as much as we make fun of Phil Spencer and stuff, I don't think in any world, like, Fallout 5 is, should we do this? I don't see that happening.
Expand Fallout in general. That's where they've decided to make the investments.
And honestly, that does make a bit of sense. It pretty closely aligns to the internal memo that Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, sent out after the layoffs went live. To position gaming for enduring success and allow us to focus on strategic growth areas, we will end or decrease work in certain areas of the business and follow Microsoft's lead in removing layers of management to increase agility and effectiveness.
He also lied, though, because he said that they were laying people off in layers of management, and then it turned out that the people they laid off at King were level designers for Candy Crush, and they were replaced with the AI tools they built. So Phil said publicly that they were removing layers of management. What he meant was layers of people managing the AI tools that are going to replace them. So, you know, like, I don't know if I buy that, you know, like, so inspiring. Yeah. It's just, I think I wouldn't read much more into this. It's corporate doublespeak that has 5 different meanings, and none of them are the actual meaning. He said it was just layers of management, ended up literally having the devs dig their own graves before shooting them and shoving them in, and having the AI fill in the hole. Like, anyway, I could ramble about that a lot.
But almost immediately, this got debunked, at least sort of. In a thread on Reset Era discussing Jez's comments, Jason Schreier weighed in, saying Xbox didn't lay off thousands of people so they could move those resources to new projects.
Thank you, Jason. I swear, sometimes it's just like, guys, think for 2 seconds. They're going to make Fallout regardless. It's not like, oh, well, if we let them do this, we can't make Fallout 5. Like, no, you're going to find a way to do Fallout 5. Like, what are we talking about?
They laid off thousands of people to cut their overall fiscal year budget. Many people immediately came at Jez after this, but I don't really view these as contradictory. Jez is saying they didn't want to spend the money to get Blackbird 2 release, and instead will budget towards surefire things, such as more Fallout games, while Jason is saying they didn't lay off a bunch of people to move those people to new projects.
I think what Jez was suggesting was that they were going to lay off the people working on Blackbird, the ZeniMax Online game, so that they could then greenlight Fallout 5. That's what he said. Like, so they shut this down so they can do this. But Jason's like, no, of course they were always going to do this. Like, the motivation was not, well, we got to do this so we can do this. That was never the motivation. The motivation was Satya Nadella came down with his CFO and said, you're going to cut this many jobs and you're going to trim the budget by this amount. They said, okay. And they started looking for where they would do the cuts. This is how it works in corporate America across the board. And they looked at, I think, their options, and they said, okay, a really risky live service game that's super freaking expensive, and it's being produced by a studio that just unionized, so it's going to be even more expensive to produce. And, you know, they have all of these, protections for the developers to make it so they can't just like work crazy overtime and stuff. And so the game's going to take even longer to work out. So I think Microsoft just was like, okay, well, they unionized. Oh, funny thing, you're all fired. I think that's what happened. I don't think like Fallout 5 really came into the question or the equation at all when it came to shutting down the ZeniMax project. I don't see it. It doesn't make sense.
It was to cut overall costs, which, yeah, Xbox...
Yeah, everyone knows. Microsoft loves unions historically. They're really passionate about them.
As a whole is shrinking now. They're focusing more on what has worked in the past. The days of fully original and experimental games are likely behind us now. Instead, we're going to see a lot more sequels and surefire IPs, which if you're a Fallout fan, seemingly means more Fallout games. It seems like as a part of the strategy, more Fallout games are coming, at least that's what these insiders are leaking. In a Fallout podcast, Jez did clarify things even further, saying how he now has more sources, and after the all-hands-on meeting at Microsoft, someone literally asked why Blackbird was cancelled, and the response was to make strategic bets in other areas. But apparently at this meeting there was no explicit mention of Fallout or Fallout 5, but yeah, Fallout is one of the most valuable IPs at Microsoft right now. It makes sense for them to devote more resources to this area. So to summarize all of this, insiders believe that Xbox is shifting strategy. For whatever reason, even though they've owned Fallout since 2021, they actually weren't working on Fallout games this whole time. But now they...
Dude, I'm sorry. Can we just appreciate how powerful this revolver has to be to like 2-tap power armor like that? Look at this. It's a knight captain, and this revolver is 2-tapping him in the dome.
To summarize all of this, insiders believe that Xbox is shifting strategy. For whatever reason, even though they've owned Fallout since 2021, they actually weren't working on Fallout games this whole time. But now they are, because Xbox is focusing on the things they think will sell well. But this does likely mean these new Fallout games are still years away. It's only beginning development now. And rumors are multiple games are now in development. Fallout 5 is greenlit, but more games beyond that are coming. But there are doubts that Bethesda is working on this game, and people have mixed opinions on whether Obsidian is involved or not. So who's making this new Fallout game, and how many games are we even getting? The easy and expected one is Fallout 3 Remastered. I've heard this directly from a source that, yeah, it's real, it's coming, and it's on this officially leaked roadmap, but it's likely years away.
I've also heard people casually mention it, like it's like, yeah, it's gonna rain on Friday. Like I heard one person involved with Xbox who was like, yeah, and then like you know, they got Fallout 3 remake, and you know, just like casually mentioning it like it's nothing. So yeah, it's happening. It makes too much sense, and yeah.
On this roadmap, it is 2 years after Oblivion Remastered, so I wouldn't expect this one till around 2027.
Yeah, this one, pretty much all of the timelines shifted forward by a couple of years. Of course, Ghostwire Tokyo's sequel. I don't think we're gonna get that. I think that's probably not coming. But you can see Starfield, they expected in 21. It came out 2 years later. Indiana Jones, they expected in 22. It came out 2 years later. Doom, they expected, this event eventually was Dark Ages. That was expected in 23, came out 2 years later. So like all of these things shifted forward basically 2 years. So I think it would make sense if Fallout 3 also got booped back by 2 years to like 2026. I think that lines up pretty well. And that might be the setup for season 3 of the show, is maybe season 3 of the show goes to Washington, and that's when they drop, you know, the Fallout 3 remaster or something. I don't know. They should have had New Vegas remastered for season 2, but
is 2 years after Oblivion Remastered, so I wouldn't expect this one till around 2027. Beyond that, when you start looking out at who makes sense to make the next Fallout game if we're not immediately going to Bethesda Game Studios, Obsidian really makes the most sense. But perhaps they aren't doing it and have something else up their sleeve? Some kind of unannounced project did pop up at Obsidian back in mid-2024, but with so many people saying now that they aren't working on Fallout, or they haven't heard they're working on Fallout, I just can't imagine they're actually a year deep on a Fallout game. So either way, this is kind of bad news.
Let's see. Microsoft revenue surges as AI spending pays off. They hit Q4. No, let's see. Yeah, Q4. This is crazy, dude. This is unreal. They just had their meeting, their earnings call. Okay. From Yahoo Finance, Q4 earnings estimate was 7.89 billion. They took in 76.44 billion. Earnings per share, they estimated $3.37. They actually achieved $3.65. The intelligent cloud revenue, AI revenue, was expected to be 29.1 billion. They pulled off 29.88 billion. Operating income was expected to be 32.14. They achieved 34.32. And the productivity and business processes expectations were 32.14 billion, and they achieved 33.11. They demolished earnings. It's a good day to be a Microsoft investor, I'll tell you what. My goodness. Yeah, dude, that's wild. That's wild. So yeah, they're doing just fine. They're doing just fine. But that's part of the reason they do all these layoffs right before. So profits surge and operating profits surge and everything. Like this is why they do it right at the end of the quarter. This is why they do it. So yeah, they just had earnings and they did quite well. Is this finance, Luke speaking? Yes, sorry. I blacked out for like 2 seconds. Like, what's happening? I don't know.
Either there is no Obsidian Fallout game on the way, or based off these leaks, Obsidian Entertainment is only just starting work on a Fallout game, so we're likely looking at 4+ years before we hear or can play this thing.
I also think, again, it's important to just remember that, you know, we're of course big into Obsidian because they made New Vegas, but the Obsidian of 2025 is very different from the Obsidian of 2010. Just to, again, remember Avowed was originally supposed to be a big co-op multiplayer game, and it was like rebooted with different directors 2 or 3 separate times. And even I believe the game director of Avowed, she just left the studio like a matter of weeks after Avowed launched. So I don't know if they would actually deliver the thing people like hope that they would, you know. To be fair, Josh Sawyer is there, John Gonzalez is there, game director and lead writer for New Vegas. Yes. But, you know, I think as time has gone by, it's become clear that I think the Obsidian that made like Stick of Truth and Fallout New Vegas, I think that is a different company than they are today. I don't think they're a bad company today. I just think that right now they specialize in these smaller packages, these more bite-sized games like Avowed, like Outer Worlds. We'll see how Outer Worlds 2 is. That's coming this year as well. Which, speaking of, I feel like nobody's talking about that game. Like, nobody's talking about Outer Worlds 2, which is weird to me. But we'll see how that is. Hopefully that's good. I just don't know if they're the company to pull off, like, a New Vegas 2, you know? I don't know.
Another big name to pop out here is Brian Fargo, the head of In Exile Entertainment, and things could get really unique here. Brian Fargo also led Interplay, which made Fallout 1, 2, and In Exile made Wasteland 3, which is heavily inspired by those older Fallout games, but of course it's top-down. Back in 2021, both Spunger on Reset Era, a guy to leak a bunch of events.
Yeah, but dude, I think Baldur's Gate 3 showed that this, like, the stigma against top-down gameplay is largely, I think people are loud until the game is good. Like Baldur's Gate 3 showed you can have a top-down game that is very successful. You do cutscenes, do stuff like that. That's great. Dialogue, you know, in typical third-person style. But I think the top-down thing, it used to be viewed as like you cannot have a big AAA game do well with that style. Now I don't think that follows. So I think that we very well could see a new Fallout game in that same style that could do really, really well. Yeah, the classic CRPG style. I think you could do that. Like if they announced a Fallout game that is really, really intense and robust in terms of role play and is like those old school Fallout games, I think that could pop off, dude. I really do.
Avowed stuff, as well as the Xbox YouTuber Dealer Gaming, claimed that In Exile was on an Unreal Engine 5 Fallout project. Dealer Gaming doesn't even make videos anymore, and it doesn't seem like there was a secret Fallout project in the works this entire time, but In Exile also had a former game designer on LinkedIn say they were doing research and setting development for an upcoming game based on an established IP, so I would say it's really, really unlikely they're working on something Fallout, but there could be clues. There's been leaks that they're working on Fallout in the past, I just don't personally believe them. A modern remake of Fallout 1 or 2 could be really cool, and Exile would be the perfect company to do that. A lot of the design choices from Wasteland 3 could make a lot of sense in a modern take on Fallout. That game's really good if you haven't played it, as well as the success of Baldur's Gate 3 provides a really nice blueprint for In Exile to succeed here. But at the same time, I don't see how all of these leaks say there are no Fallout games anytime soon if this one's secretly been in development since 2021. That's kind of the big issue we keep coming up against here. We all want a Fallout game out soon, but it really seems like Bethesda and Xbox just dropped the ball here. There's nothing in the works that's ready to release anytime soon.
I think it just shows the fundamental disconnect, though, between the single player fan base and the guys in charge right now. Because I like, we've heard it from Todd. How many times does he have to say it before we believe him? Where he has said repeatedly that they view Fallout 76 as that filler game. Like, Maddie asks him, what about New Vegas, a game to hold over Fallout players between the big waits between Fallout 4 and Fallout 5? And he brings up Fallout 76. Like, they clearly view the live service offering as that filler game. And I think they thought Fallout 76 will give that an update when the Fallout show launches, and that'll tide over the fans. Like, there is a fundamental disconnect between their perception of the fan base and the like narrative single player fan base. And that's what I find really frustrating. I understand some people love Fallout 76, and I'm glad they have that and can enjoy that. But for me, it's really frustrating to not have anything for 20 to 30 years in the Fallout like IP. It's crazy to me.
There is a weird situation with the ZeniMax Online Studios devs. Their game got canceled, that's Blackbird, but since they formed a union, and that union hasn't finished negotiating severance packages with Microsoft before all of these layoffs started, none of those people have been laid off yet. There's some hope that something happens here. I've seen speculation that a ZeniMax Online Studios Fallout project could come out of all of this. They obviously already work on the Elder Scrolls Online, so perhaps a new Fallout could be in their wheelhouse. But to be frank, I think most of these people will sadly just lose their jobs. It just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, again, because I think a major component for why they were chosen was because they unionized. Like, again, I don't think it's a coincidence.
Speaking to some people in the know, the overall sentiment I've heard from Xbox/Bethesda is that this isn't the end of layoffs. As bad as things are right now, it seems like more could be coming.
Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%. Yeah, anybody who tells you that the layoffs are done has no idea what they're talking about. Okay, like, I think they're gonna get more budget cuts from Papa Satya, and I think when they're trying to choose where to make layoffs, I think they will literally like sort their company list by unionization and stuff like that. I think there was even, let's see, BGS has a union. They represent 241 developers across Rockville, Austin, and Dallas. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see BGS layoffs. I don't think it'll affect Elder Scrolls 6, but like, they were technically one of the first to unionize. So I would keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. To be clear, I'm not happy about this. I'm just saying that Microsoft has a history of coincidentally laying off people specifically that have recently unionized. You know. So I think, like, they have multiple studios. They have Dallas. They have, Austin. And they also have another one, I think. Is it in... Well, Rockville's the main one, but I think they have another team that specifically works on the mobile games. I forget where that one is. Like Montreal, maybe. I'm not sure. But anyway, I think that there will be more layoffs without a doubt, and this is far from the end of it.
If Bethesda is working on Fallout 5, we would hopefully get some kind of confirmation.
It's bad optics, but since when do they care about optics? We notice it. We talk about it. The game press talks about it. But the vast majority of console sales, of game copy sales, Game Pass subscriptions, they are not watching YouTubers or streamers talk about the game's layoffs. Like, you know, I might do a video on the main channel about a round of layoffs that does 250,000 views or something, where somebody sat down to watch and learn about that thing. But I mean, if they lose 250,000 sales, which they won't from that story, but even if they did, that's like a drop in the bucket. Like they just don't care that much.
Of this in an interview here relatively soon, they would likely start working on a Fallout 5 right around now. As the Elder Scrolls 6 moves further and further into production, concept and pre-production work on Fallout 5 would typically be beginning around now. One direction this could go that would really excite me is Bethesda Game Studios Austin being built out into a proper Fallout studio, or maybe just a totally new studio within Bethesda Game Studios being established to work on Fallout. Bethesda Game Studios Santa Barbara as the new Fallout-focused studio feels like such a good way to keep this IP active long term. It of course doesn't mean good news in the short term, we still are years away from that next game, but hopefully it would mean the 2030s don't have crazy gaps between game releases.
Yeah, maybe that's the strategy, is to just set it up so you have Maryland that handles Elder Scrolls, and then they have Austin or Dallas or something that handles Fallout, and they have another team that handles Starfield, and that's just what they do. They just pump out games and they all specialize in their own IP, and so they can really get to know it well. That's what a lot of these companies do. I mean, you even have it at Ubisoft, where you have the Assassin's Creed teams that are specifically like experts in their field. And then you have, you know, the Rainbow Six teams, and they break it up that way. Maybe that's their ultimate goal. I mean, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. Like when Todd started at BGS, they were making little like Terminator games and stuff, sports games. And, you know, now by the time he retires, they will have blown up Bethesda Game Studios into an international video game powerhouse that has hundreds and hundreds of devs across all their studios and stuff. Like it's pretty ridiculous, but he took it from like a little bitty thing, got in charge, and just blew it up.
But as Jason Schreier said, they didn't fire a bunch of people to just hire a bunch of people. And honestly, one of the big things to pop into my head after hearing all of these news, listening to all of these leaks, is more Fallout mobile games. There is still that Fallout Shelter Online. It's an Asian exclusive release, but does have expanded features over the...
Dude, what?
After hearing all of these news, listening to all of these leaks, is more Fallout mobile games. There is still that Fallout Shelter Online. It's an Asian exclusive release, but does have expanded features over the original. And back in...
Dude, this is the other thing. We have to get out of our bubble. We have to get out of our bubble. When Todd is looking at player numbers and stuff, and he's looking at mobile, he's like, oh, we have how many millions of players on mobile? Dude, this is the biggest Fallout game ever. Make more.
In 2018, Todd Howard said he wanted Bethesda Game Studios to always be working on a mobile game. That's a quick way to make some Fallout money right now.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's just the sort of thing I'm expecting here. I've seen quite a few fans cheer on this recent news. That Blackbird being canceled and more resources being allocated towards Fallout 5 is a great thing. And while I do totally understand that sentiment, just in general, a giant company cutting off original IPs to focus on money-making IPs doesn't often lead to better content. And one of the other rumors I want to mention just the end of this one is that all of this leaking is really just happening to soften some of the layoff news. Fallout is of course one of the biggest IPs at Xbox, and people are begging for more games here. Some fans think this is more of an orchestrated leak to raise public morale around Xbox, that yeah, there are layoffs, but hey, more Fallout's on the way. So
no, I think it's just literally Xbox is in the news, and Fallout will always generate clicks. And a lot of the discourse is kickstarting from a couple of these people that I think are largely pulling stuff out of their butts, or might have legitimately some interesting news, but I think, you know, then expand on it a little bit too much to the point where it loses all meaning, which is kind of what happened with that Jez Corden bit, where it's like, I feel like we started, maybe there is like a little bit of truth to this, but then we're filling it in with a lot of nonsense, I feel.
Everything's okay. That doesn't necessarily make the information untrue, but who knows? It is interesting to me how at the all-hands-on internal meeting, there was no mention of Fallout apparently, but at the same time, multiple Fallout games are coming, but no developers have been mentioned anywhere. So there's a ton of new content on the horizon, but nobody knows who's making any of it right now. I don't know, I'm not super conspiratorial with this stuff, but it does kind of just feel like a bunch of hot air. Like even tomorrow, if we get 4 new Fallout games greenlit, each with $100 to $200 million budget, those games are all so far away that it's really hard to get excited about any of that. And it does make me wonder, why are we hearing about all these games right now? Those are my thoughts though. I'd love to hear from all of you in the comments below.
Very good video, Juicehead. Very good video. As always, guys, go subscribe to Juicehead. When you watch the clip, it'll be linked below. You should absolutely go check it out. But I mean, I think without a doubt, it's just, they certainly dropped the ball with the single player narrative fans, but I don't think they dropped the ball. Because again, I think they view Fallout 76 as the answer. I think they view it as the thing that's supposed to hold you over. As for everything else, you know, I don't buy the idea that, you know, certain projects were laid off or, you know, projects were shut down and employees were laid off to get money to then greenlight Fallout 5. Like, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't jive with anything else we've heard. It seems the layoffs were happening independent of everything else. They needed to happen. Satya laid down a command to lay off 4% of the workforce, and they said, okay. And they have to find the people to fire. They chose to fire the people working on Blackbird because it was a really expensive live service game. They had just unionized as well, so it was going to only become more expensive as time went on. And it's a really risky project to work on right now. Microsoft is much more hesitant to pour a lot of money into live service stuff compared to, or new live service stuff compared to Sony, you know, who's trying all sorts of new IP and spin-offs and stuff, whereas Microsoft tends to stick to the established stuff like Call of Duty that they already own and that's already successful. So I think I think most likely there probably is something in the works with Fallout. I just cannot fathom a world in which they would let it sit on ice this long, but I think they definitely dropped the ball not having something ready. I think we do get Fallout 3 remastered next year would be my guess. I think it'll be a similar thing as the Oblivion remake remaster that will drop probably next spring. They'll probably try to shadow drop it as well. But I think my big takeaway from talking about all this, I was not aware of all of the walking back that Todd did back here with regard to the timelines. I guess I had just totally spaced it that he had walked this back so many times, specifically trying to say, you know, it's going to happen sometime after that.
Here, when we talked, you said, yep, Fallout 5, I want to do that. That'll be next.
That was more of like a general, it will clearly be after Elder Scrolls 6 at some point.
I don't know why you say that unless it's not next. That to me sounds like he is padding the release window, saying it's coming in the future. I'm doing something else. I don't know how else to interpret it. Like, if, let's play the hypothetical, Fallout 5 is next. Everybody's been running with that idea, is excited about that, but he is going out of his way in this interview. He could just say, yeah, that's what I said, because it's next. You know, we'll do an official reveal when the time is right, but yeah, it's next. Yeah, obviously. He could say that, but instead he goes out of his way to say, when I said that, I meant it's coming after sometime in the future. That to me heavily suggests something else is coming before. That's just my interpretation of that. Okay. I feel like maybe I'm crazy, but that's what I'm guessing. Okay. Jacob, damn, Todd has no idea what's going on. They don't tell Todd when things are coming out. He's like, I haven't been in the studio in months. I have no idea what's going on over there. It's like, yeah, we're actually working on a new IP. It's a Teletubby RPG. It's going to be really cool. I mean, maybe planning for the obvious massive success of Starfield. Maybe. But like I said, I think my takeaway, this realization of horror in my heart that Todd has historically liked to tide people over with live service offerings of his biggest IP. And they don't have a live service Starfield yet. They have a live service Elder Scrolls, ESO. They have a live service Fallout. They don't have a live service Starfield. That, it worries me. Please, Todd. Please, Todd, no. Please. Please, I beg of you, no. Dude, I'll be good either way. You know Luke's gonna be fine. Luke will have plenty to talk about, okay? Luke's gonna be just fine. But I don't want that as a fan of BGS. Like, that's how you know that I actually want the games to be good, okay? Because if I was just here for the content, I'd be like, yes, they're doing it. But dude, I'm just telling you, Todd. If you thought the flaming, like Todd's sweet little lies, if you thought the mockery around Starfield and stuff was bad, I cannot imagine the sheer rage that will ignite if he gets on stage at the Xbox showcase in 2028 after Elder Scrolls 6 has been out for a year or two. And he says, we also have been working on one more thing. Our next big game, it's the biggest game we've ever made.
16 times the detail.
And he gets up there. He gives a little preface, you know.
We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
He gives a shout out to the people who made this possible.
Shout out to the chess club.
I don't remember what this one is.
But something's wrong with the game.
Oh, he describing Starfield. You all loved Starfield. It was so good.
But something's wrong with the game.
It's not multiplayer and live service, and we don't make enough money on it. Here is Starfield multiplayer. People will lose their minds. I will too. Yeah, the actual booze that would happen, dude. Can you imagine? I hope it's not true. I hope this is just a nightmare playing out of my head. I hope it's not. But Todd, let me tell you now, that's a bad idea. Literally, no one wants that. Okay? Like, literally, no one. I think, you know, if they like the idea of the spacefaring multiplayer, you know, adventure game, they are getting that with Star Citizen. And they didn't find it with Starfield. I think the people who are playing Starfield don't like the idea of the co-op live service version of it. That would just be Fallout 76, but in space, I guess. I mean, and No Man's Sky already will do everything better than you. Like, just don't do this, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. But I guess we'll see. Don't do it. Oh. What else would it be? Okay, just like real quick. What else would it be? If it's not Starfield 76, what else could it be? Like, would they do... What would it be? They don't really have another option other than like a Fallout 3 remake, or which they've already done, or a Fallout 4 remake or something, a Skyrim remake right after Elder Scrolls. I don't know, man. Like, what else do you do? Fallout Shelter 2. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's so weird. It's so weird. The whole thing is just a mess. I can't even think about it because I'm like, I genuinely don't know what else they would do unless it's another new IP. But remember Starfield? I think Starfield, the IP leaked like in 2013 or something. It leaked a decade before it was used. So I would imagine if there was another IP in the works that there would be some leak about it. We would know about it, unless I guess nowadays it's, you know, now that they're owned, and they probably learned from that. They probably registered it through a shell company and buried it through 5 different lawyers and stuff like that. So they probably have some way around it, but man, Todd, please. Please, no. It would be really funny, but don't do it. It would be so freaking funny. I would die laughing, but please don't do it. Oh my God. Anyway, if you're still watching the clip, the stream clip, let me know in the comments if you think that's possible. But oh man, I can't think about it. It'll make me too sad. Okay. End of segment. Boom. Have fun working with that, Jacob. You can probably just do that, Jacob, as one gigantic cut. You probably don't even need to edit it around. Just leave it all in. But I want everybody to see my existential crisis as we think about what could happen. Anyway, dude, we've been going 5 hours. What the hell? I had no idea. What happened, dude? I like blacked out for a while. My God. Like what happened? I did not mean to go for 5 hours. My God. One Dirty Bird. Thank you for the 10. I'm on satellite interweb. Can't play it. No.
Satellite interweb. Can't play it.
No. Oh my God. Time flies when you're roasting Todd. Yeah, dude. Just black out. Wake up, passed out in the chair. Or wait, what's that one clip? I feel after I talk about Todd for a while, I kind of feel like this. Like I'm just going to wake up sitting in this chair. Just like, sorry guys, I lost control. I blacked out. I don't know what happens. Oh man. Gee whiz. Okay. Elder Scrolls 76. Oh wait, it already has an online game. Well, maybe that's another thing. What if Todd was told by Phil, hey Todd, ZeniMax Online. Yeah, ESO is kind of, we're revving that down a little bit. They also unionize, so they're super expensive. So we're probably going to shut them down, and that will leave you to make a live service online, Elder Scrolls game. Can you make Elder Scrolls 76? It's like, oh, do I get a bonus so I can buy another yacht? Phil goes, of course, baby. You never know. You never know. Because I think Todd likes the idea of having full control over Elder Scrolls. So maybe, they do their own live service, and after ES6, they do an Elder Scrolls online game. And it's something they manage and run and move on from there. And then they kiss. Yeah. See? I think it makes sense. It's whenever you tell a story like that and it paints a beautiful picture, like a sunset, it's got to be true. It's got to be true, frankly. Oh, sorry. I just got jump scared. Do you want to be jump scared too? Huh? I switched tabs. I was like, oh my God. I hope it looks different. I hope it's different than that. I really do. Oh, wow. This isn't even really enough to make a full story out of, but there's a report claiming, and this is from MP First, who they've gotten a lot of stuff right recently. They said that they uses resumes as the guiding light for news that State of Decay 3 and Gears E-Day will launch on PS5 on launch day. So launch day and date on the platform. Designers working on Gears E-Day, who writes the game will launch on Xbox Series, PC, and PS5. They dug up a resume for a developer at Undead Labs who writes that State of Decay 3 is coming to PC, Xbox, and PS5, which wouldn't surprise me. I think especially for State of Decay, having it on all platforms will help. I really hope State of Decay is good. Dude, I played so much State of Decay back in the day. Oh, Banana, the mention of Gears of War has summoned me. Yeah, dude, it looks like, you know, I always find this so funny because I would think working at a game company, you'd be hyper aware of what's public and what's not. But dude, all the time, people will put on their LinkedIn profiles information that is not public, even like unannounced games. It's like, yeah, I'm working on Elder Scrolls 7. And then it goes viral and they're like, oh God, try to delete it before it's too late. I don't know how this happens so often, but it happens all the time. And for these guys, they're saying, even though this hasn't been announced, it's coming to PS5, they're putting it in their profiles in LinkedIn. Maybe it's just because like they're in it every day. They thought it was public and everybody knew it already, but I don't know. Wasn't this game in development hell for years now? When was it announced? I actually wonder. I'm not sure. Was it in that big presentation like back in 2021? When was it announced? Announcement trailer. Was it this one? 2020? What? None of this is in the final game, betcha. Calling it now. Jeez, dude. And I mean, it's crazy how much stuff changes in 5 years, but yeah, and PS5. I hope it's good, man. But yeah, it's been in development hell for a while. 5 years. Back in the day, not that long ago, we were getting new games from the same studios every 2 to 3 years. Now it's like 5 years and just nothing ever happens. I don't know, man. I don't know. BGS has given us a lot of gems, though. Let's be real, cut them some slack. They've given us gems, but I feel like it's been long enough that it's fair to be frustrated, you know? But maybe the goal is to just get more games out so that it's easier, like you can pump through them. So when you have a hit, it doesn't feel like all the negativity is there for like 10 years, you know? Maybe that's part of it. Wouldn't surprise me because Gears of War Reloaded is coming to PS5. Yeah, I mean, I also think it makes sense, especially games that have multiplayer components. If they have multiplayer components, I think that makes a lot of sense. But it's also just, I think Xbox's strategy now across the board is to just go broad, meet players where they are, and sell them every copy you can. It's like we looked at this earlier on the stream. Top 10 best-selling games on PlayStation for Q2. 6 of the top 10 are Microsoft. Again, this is on PlayStation. Like, why wouldn't they put it out on day one on PlayStation? Like, it's leaving money on the table. You know? My goodness. It really is bizarre, though, that, like, it feels like from 2020 to 2022, 2023, like, there was basically just no game development progress made at all. It honestly just feels like that whole dev period just didn't go anywhere. Didn't do anything. Wizdane, thank you. Glad to have you. Yeah, GTA 5 is still up there. Yep. Ooh. Deal Labs ROG Ally Xbox Ally will release for 600 euros. Ally X will release for 900. Pre-orders starting August 20th. DOA, people saying DOA. So basically 500 and 800 ish. ROG Ally costs 650. Converting this to USD, this one costs north of 1,000. I wonder, yeah, I do wonder what it's going to be US. I mean, it's pricey. Cheap pricey. That's more than a PS5, yeah, dude. But it's basically a handheld gaming PC. I don't know. I'm curious how that does. Because it also, I don't know. I guess I need to look up what the Ryzen what the Ryzen Z2 does, like how powerful it is. Because I haven't really seen comparisons. Like, is there a reason to upgrade beyond the Steam Deck to this? I don't know. Like, I don't know if the chunky controller is a big enough reason for me to upgrade. Because I have the ROG Ally and I have a Steam Deck. So maybe this isn't targeting me. I don't know. I don't know, man. 500 gig storage. I wonder, I think it does have a micro SD card expansion slot. So I think you can expand it that way, which you basically need to. I can't wait for the Ryzen. Yeah, it's the new AMD one. The AMD Ryzen 5. Juice said 2 hours ago, this was August 18th of 2024. I genuinely have no idea if the next Fallout game is 3 years away or 10, and that's just incredibly disappointing for me. Nearly a year later, and we still are here. Yep. A mind's for an eye will make the world go mind. That's pretty funny. I mean, that's sad. Literally, they have achieved, this is rare, to literally hit 0 at some point. Like, that's actually kind of difficult. That's actually like what's another kind of dead game? Like maybe Redfall? How many players are in Redfall right now? What do you think? Dude, there's still 15 people playing right now. There's 15 people out there. There's 15. Like, who are these people? Like, seriously, who are they? How many are in Wuchang, actually? 10,000. Wow. What's another one? Deadlock. I don't think they've even announced Deadlock yet, and it's at 12,000. Let's see. What's another one? Yeah, Concord should have 0 because you can't even boot it. Suicide Squad. What's your guess for Suicide Squad? Get him in. Prediction. Suicide Squad. Predictions. I'm gonna guess 142. That's my guess. 142. 300, 35, 50, 32, 6, 26. Let's see. No, Suicide Squad was made offline available, so you can play it offline, but it's not like the servers aren't shut off. Oh, 168. I was kind of close, dude. I was kind of close. 168 people still playing it. What's another one? Gollum. Okay, this one's not likely to be very high. How many people are playing Lord of the Rings Gollum right now? What's your prediction? You said 163. You were close, dude. 2, 0, 23, 69, minus 25. Okay, let's see. This is a fun game. 10, 5. I feel like there's a lot of 10s. My guess is I'm going to go low. I'm going to guess there's like, I'm going to say 7. It might be 0. It very well could be 0. 2. There's 2. Wow. Dude, their 24-hour peak was 10. Oh, that's sad, dude. That's so sad. But dude, there's people like regularly playing it. They did have a period of 0. Wednesday at 5 GMT. Okay. Oh, what happened here? They were up to 96. It must have been like a holiday sale or something. Even then, it's got to be like $1, right? Can you even buy it? Oh, it's still $50. Dude, it's $50. It's $50. Oh, but at least the Precious Edition is 60. Wow. That's kind of sad, dude. This one, I still submit that this is probably one of the more depressing colossal flops I've seen, because I do think they had people on their team that genuinely like were trying and put some love and passion into it. I just think like they were in so far over their head. They just were nowhere near capable enough to pull this off. Like bit off way, way more than they could chew. Oh my God. It really is cursed. It's horrifying. It's so scary. 25 times more dollars to buy the game than there are players. Yeah, dude. Gotham Knights might actually be decent. It might actually be at a decent level. Let's finish with Gotham Knights. Okay, prediction for Gotham Knights. I'm gonna say... It's a single player game. It's a little bit older. I'm gonna say like 65 or something, like 60 something. 66. That's what I'm gonna say. 66. You ready? 273. Wow. 263 or 273. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, compare it to Arkham City, just for comparison's sake. 1,200 in Arkham City. What's crazy is their all-time peak was only 6,800. Like, technically... yeah, technically their all-time peak was 24,000. Interesting. I bet it's because Arkham Knight or Arkham City had a non... Yeah, 13 years ago was the all-time peak on the Steam version, 7,100. Yeah, this version is very old. I don't think like anybody runs this version. If you have the game, I don't think you can even buy this version. Yeah, it's been retired. So if you're gonna buy it now, it's only the like Game of the Year edition. Yeah, you can't even buy it anymore. But there's still people that have been playing it. In the last 24 hours, one person booted up this old version that you can't buy anymore. You can only buy Arkham City Game of the Year edition, which is 20. So good, dude. So good. Quality as longevity? Yeah, dude, for real. Oh, Forspoken? Oh, I did say that was going to be the last one, but yeah, I want to know Forspoken. Okay, last one for real. Last one for real. Forspoken, final prediction. Final prediction for Forspoken. For irony, I'm going to say 4. 0, 36, 36, 11, 50, 300, 29, 64, 67. Okay, let's see. I'm guessing 4. Let's see. 23. 23. It's still, I mean, it's remarkable to just pause and think. There are 23 people out there sitting right now. Maybe it's some of you playing Forspoken at this very moment. It was last updated, the record was updated July 22nd. Wow. It's crazy. It's been over 2 years, 2.5 years. Wow. Wow. Followers, followers, followers. And then it's just totally starts shrinking. Everyone's like, never mind. Never mind. There you go. There you go, everybody. It could be any one of us. Any one of you could be the one. Okay. Well, everybody, I appreciate the gosh darn heck out of you guys. You all are amazing. Thank you for hanging out with me for what turned into a 5+ hour stream. I appreciate you. Much love. The time has come. I've got to answer some emails and do some stuff. So I appreciate the gosh darn heck out of all of you. Thank you for the incredibly generous super chats, subs, memberships, all of that. You guys are ridiculous and amazing. I love you. And I'll be back soon. Jorah says he's back from vacation like in a week or two. And we're going to get back into the swing of things for the podcast. It's going to be good. But yeah, until then, you're stuck with just me. Okay. Much love, everybody. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.